Here's a conversation that I have all too often. Hey, Santa Claus isn't real. Okay, that's your opinion. I don't know where I should be looking.
Je sais pas si c'était dans le but de voyager ensemble, mais un jour ils étaient dans le même parking,
Non,
le
ils
même.
se sont rencontrés sur Instagram.
Quoi?
Oui.
Il t'a expliqué ça quand?
Je ne pas me laisser toute seule.
Quoi?
Vous avez continué à parler?
Right. What? So, I've got something to tell you, young one. Santa Claus isn't real. Santa Claus isn't real for you? What do you mean? I just haven't met anyone with that belief. It feels weird to call it a belief. If anything, the belief was that Santa Claus existed. And when I was your age, I believed it too. You know, there was a time in my life too when I didn't know about Santa Claus. So for your belief, how do you explain gifts? Well, my parents gave me mine, and your parents gave you yours. That's an interesting point of view. You saw your parents give you yours? No. 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 Oh, I thought you were one of those that only believed what they saw with their own two eyes, so I'd assumed you'd seen it happen. Oh, I thought you were one of those that only believed what they saw with their own two eyes, so I assumed you'd seen it happen. No, I thought you were one of those that only believed what they saw with their own two eyes, so I assumed you'd seen it happen. Sorry, have you seen Santa Claus drop off gifts through the chimney? No, but I've heard him. And there are people who have seen him. How do you know you've heard him? I don't have scientific evidence, if that's what you're asking, but science can't explain everything. That never happens to you? That you hear something science can't quite explain? No, sure. Hold on. I love these kinds of discussions, especially when I hear new perspectives. Hold on. Hold on. This is a moment that every human experiences when we learn that Santa Claus was just a story we were told. I always assumed it was a very straightforward conversation. Oh, nothing in life is straightforward. I think that's the beauty of it. That's true. Just give me a second. Each one of us gets flown into this world with unique hearts, unique eyes, unique potential, and then we experience the world differently and have different relationships to it. And as we figure out our truths, we learn how to sit with other souls and share and respect our truths. There was so much truth in that. But, well, I'm sure we have some truths in common and others that diverge and enrich our experience. So, just back to Santa Claus. Oh, right. Even though a lot of proof of Santa Claus exists, like various sightings, I think for some of us, our faith is really about that richness of different experiences, different truths, not to mention the moral side. By the way, what motivates you not to be naughty? Well, being nice and being naughty are types of behavioral output, output from a biological mental system that's genetically and culturally designed to produce nice outputs. It's a question of our social evolution. Huh. So you don't believe we're ever naughty? No, it's not that. Yes, sometimes the output would be described as naughty. But interestingly, a lot of those times, the behavior... Actually, you know what? I take back what I said about the behavioral outputs coming from a biological mental system. That biological mental system itself exists in a social system. So behavioral outputs can be traced back to the contextual social system, which is also kind of the system that judges whether the behavioral outputs are naughty or nice. And sometimes our naughty-nice distinction is based on harm, but other times it's based on convention. Things that aren't real without human convention, bringing us back to Santa Claus. You seem to be a philosopher like me. And it's easy as a philosopher to get so wrapped up in the ideas that we forget to keep an open mind, never get too attached to any one school of thought, don't you think? Yes and no. So using Bayes' rule, we can quote Carl Sagan, which was like based on Bayes' rule: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It's a question of the weight of your priors and the weight of whatever new information might be used to update the priors to then have the posterior conclusion. And do you have evidence? Do you have extraordinary evidence for your extraordinary claim that every kid I've ever met has been wrong about Santa Claus? I see how it seems like an extraordinary claim to you. And it probably doesn't seem like an extraordinary claim to you. And that's the beautiful fork that produced our different truths. Can we slow down a bit? I know. Philosophy can give people a headache. I'm young, so I have a lot of energy, but we can take a break if you like. Okay, the burden of proof actually falls on the affirmer. He was affirming the existence or truth of something. Okay, so how can you affirm your truth that Santa doesn't exist? No, right, but that's why I said, right? That's what happens when you just churn out cliches. I can also give you a cliche. Christmas spirit is about believing, not seeing. And that's not a cliche for nothing. It appears in stories from different times and from all around the world in different languages. Santa doesn't want to be seen. He rewards those who are happy to have their presents in the morning without seeing the details and science of what happens. Wait. When Santa is distributing the presents, does he follow normal physical laws? Like he picks up one by contracting a muscle that, given his position, opposes the force of gravity? Sure. Right. And we've seen humans pick things up and lay them out. Nothing shocking there. But what happens when he leaves? Well, for instance, the reindeer. We've seen reindeer fly. Well, then, for instance, the reindeer. We've seen reindeer fly. For instance, the reindeer. We've seen reindeer. For instance, the reindeer. We've never seen reindeer fly. You're asking me to believe that they can. Okay. Do you have any idea by what mechanism they can do that? Christmas spirit. Everyone knows that. Right. But see, what does that mean? I hope you figure that out for yourself one day. Can you just try to explain it? Eris, not everything can be or needs to be explained. Okay, but when we can explain things, is that interesting to you? Yeah, Yeah, sometimes. Probably not as important as to you. I don't like go, oh, okay, so now this explanation is the absolute truth and that's it. But I like learning in school about the invention of the airplane and how it took people so long to figure out. How it took people so long to figure out what Santa's been doing for centuries. Okay, on that last thing, you seem to think that Santa Claus has always been a part of children's reality. And you seem to think that, okay, on that last thing, you seem to think that Santa Claus has always been a part of children's reality. Yeah, I guess it is more often children that have the imagination to be able to see beyond what's right in front of you. Okay, sure. Whatever. Okay. My point is that the Santa story is actually pretty recent and cultural. I don't agree with that. But even if that were the case, and I have a right, of course, to disagree, wouldn't you be the first to tell me that that's how knowledge works? That we learn with time? Yes, actually, that's exactly what I would say if you were about to tell me that because science hasn't explained something, it won't explain something, and you have conflated what science does explain and what it can eventually explain. Well, I'll just continue my point, since I hadn't finished. But then I want to hear more about how you see science, especially after this. So my friend Pete told me about an experiment that his cousin did. His cousin was like you and had doubts. I don't remember everything he did, but basically he set it up such that his parents couldn't leave their bedroom during the night. Couldn't. Impossible. And even checked the next morning that the floss or whatever he had put across the door was still there, and it was. And he goes downstairs, and what does he see? More presents than he'd ever seen. Better packaged than any previous year. So he removes the floss, he wakes up his parents and shows them the gifts, and they're shocked. And Pete's aunt had gotten a new job that year, so they thought it was because of that. Personally, I think that because Pete's cousin made it impossible for the parents to leave, Santa had more time to take out presents and got to spend more time with the letters the family had written without having to worry about being interrupted. So all of that to say, this year I'm gonna block the door with dental floss and put Legos and stuff in front of my parents' room. Okay, hold on. There's so much, I know, pretty extraordinary. No, stop. So that's one experiment. And I just gotta jump in to give you some info you might need before you continue. See, I only told you about one experiment, but there's more. Pete himself, the next year, put Legos in front of his parents' door. Now, this is just one experiment, and Pete messed it up. But actually, his friend is gonna try it with me this year. What happened with Pete? No, Pete messed up the experiment and plus had a bit of a crisis of faith that night. Never mind Pete. But what we learned from what Pete wanted to mind Pete. Pete wanted to do the experiment we're going to do this year with the Legos. Plus, we want to give Santa more time so that he can do nice presents. Wait, that. I thought Santa had some power. If you don't mind, I was mid sentence. I've listened to you try to tell me that because you stopped believing in Santa, I should too. And now I want you to listen to me. Tell me about Pete's failed experiment. I'm trying to, and you'll see how sciencey I am, and maybe not think I'm such an idiot believing in Santa for no reason. No, actually, I actually do know that you Great. Now, Pete didn't control for the bedtime variable. He put the Legos down when he went to bed rather than staying up and waiting until his parents went to bed. So he heard them cry out when they stepped on the Legos and assumed, probably because he was afraid Santa knew that he'd stolen colored pencils from school before break, that his parents were exiting their room to put out presents when they stepped on the Legos, but in reality, they were probably going to bed or having a late night snack. So they yelled at him and cleaned up the Legos. Then he thought he heard something during the night and interprets that as being his dad walking because his dad is a big guy. But so is Santa. So the experiment was inconclusive at best. Well, no, at best, it proved Santa Claus, because since Pete was up all night sad about being yelled at and anxious about how many presents he'd get, he actually heard Santa downstairs. But Pete thinks it was his dad. Pete's an idiot. Well, okay. I kid. We tease each other like that all the time, lighten up. I'm just saying that Pete had a bad night and was afraid of which list he'd end up on. So it was easier to believe it was his parents because, you know, it's easier to be forgiven by our parents in the eye of Santa. You know, that's how some people see it. Anyway. Can we actually start over? Sure. And I know it can be a lot. I'd love to talk to more people like you. I'd love to talk to more people like you if you know how, sure. And I know it can be a lot. I'd love to talk to more people like you if you know any who have these doubts and fears like Pete. Can we start over? Absolutely. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was against the rules to want to learn more about your perspective. Let's start over. Hey, I'd asked. Hey, what's your name? You know my name. Oh, I wasn't sure. Hey, Eris, what are you doing for Christmas this year? Well, your parents actually invited me to stay here. Since your dad's going to be away and family is coming, your mom thought I could stay here and hang out with you. Oh, awesome! We'll be able to talk about so much. Let's start by talking about Legos on the floor. You know when I hang out with you, we play Lego box? Yeah. And I got a new box, actually, so I'm definitely going to win next time. Sweet! Did you also get more Legos? No, but I will for Christmas. I put it on my list. Okay, great. I'll be here until the new year, so we're going to be playing the game full time. Between playing with the Legos, whoever has collected the most from the floor is the man of the hour. Dad says I won't be a man until I'm 13. Okay. Well, I'll let you have a taste of a man. I'll let you, okay, the man boy hour anyway. It's agreed upon about the Legos. Nah, you're gonna be out of luck. Listen, about being a man. One thing that you'll learn about being an adult is that we are responsible for the things that we believe in. See, our beliefs have consequences. For instance, if you were an adult who still believed in Santa Claus, your kids wouldn't have any presents. Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that. Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a second. The point is that reality exists. You or I'd asked, or he'd asked, or whatever. A 6-year-old boy. I mean, I don't mean to, of course, but you have, I don't know, that doesn't, this carpet is here. These Legos, those Legos are there, neatly in that box. Those are things that we agree on, not because our opinions coincide, but because that is the reality we share, and we're both perceiving the true reality as such. And how do you know you're perceiving reality as it is? Can you hand me that big blue block? How do you know that the color you're seeing is what I would call blue? Because we're both looking at it and calling it blue. No, right, but it's just interesting. Like, maybe it's red. It looks blue to both of us, and if we use the spectrometer, it would probably read in the high 400 nanometers. But that doesn't matter. Isn't it all just a bit boring to see objects in numbers? When you look up at the sky, are you like calculating its nanometers? I just think it's also so important to appreciate and savor things. Imagery, beauty, to let ourselves be impressed without needing to dissect it and break it down. Can we start over? Hey, Eris. Hey, Dest. I want to talk to you about Santa Claus. Shoot, what do you want to know? Santa Claus is a story that adults tell kids about Christmas. It adds to the magic of the holiday since the religious magic has waned. And it's a capitalist thing also. And alright, let's start there. I understand your opinion. No, Edest, it's not an opinion, it's a fact, Edest. As real as that drawer is a jar. Well, while you go look at the door from where I just looked at it, I'd like to remind you that your metaphor doesn't work because it's not that concrete. See, Santa Claus lives on the North Pole, hidden from us by most accounts. He's able to travel at the speed of light and change size to get through any size chimney, and he can also change the size of any object so he can carry a jet ski in his bag, for instance. Now, we know all of this through various testimonies across time and from different individuals, many of them adults, by the way. Despite the massive evidence, we are not now at the North Pole talking to Santa. So we are forced to use the perspective available to us to try to understand. Now, some people give up and just say, oh, it's the parents, I guess. But for those of us who see that no way orphans would be getting presents if that was the case, we are also enriched by the magic of Christmas. We hold fast in our curiosity, and we know that no question is ever answered 130%. And we know that Santa has a reason for hiding and leaving us to play with our questions and imagination. So we dance around and try to see things from different perspectives on the playground. Did you notice that from over there, the door looks closed? You could barely tell it was ajar, if we're being honest. And so rather than saying, oh, that's wrong, it absolutely isn't ajar, or, totally wrong, it is closed, or whatever, we allow ourselves to deal with the truth that is apparent to us. If we were sitting over there, our reality might be that the door is basically closed. Here, what's useful is that the door is ajar. And I agree on that. I also agree that black is blue. But not everything is so black and blue, if you will. Some things are navy. And when you're talking about something that is navy, you have to be able to appreciate someone who sees it as basically black, even if you see it as more blue. You can't get mad at people or tell them they're wrong just because they don't have the same truth as you. And you can't say that they're going to be bad parents. Alright, I need a smoke. And see, some people might say that smoking is bad for you. Just hold that fucking thought. Alright, let's just pause a second. I gotta say some stuff. It's about Santa, but it isn't. See, this conversation has kind of been frustrating for me because actually it's been frustrating for me too. I hate the ping pong of it. I think we should just agree to disagree and wish each other a Merry Christmas. Or I guess nothing for you. Just, please. I shouldn't have said it that way. It's just that I have the opinion, and I do not state this as fact, that, and we'd have to have recorded this conversation to know, that this conversation has kind of jumped all over the place. I may be wrong, but that possibility reminded me of what I'm currently working on, Alaris, specifically, dialaris. A means for two people who disagree to interact and try to get to the bottom. Yeah, and debate. I love debate. In middle school, there's a debate club, and I'm gonna do it. It's so much fun to see different perspectives and sort of be proud of our truth and show their value. Sometimes it's annoying when people don't think critically, but debates like ours, I live for. No, the point of dialaris is to resolve, not to endlessly, aimlessly compare positions. Well, a lot has been discovered by wanderers. What you see as being aimless, I see as discovering and being open to discovery. Okay, but here's the thing. What about the next step? When something is discovered, doesn't that mean something? If I discover something and tell you about it, isn't there something good about you also learning that fact and other people learning it without constantly calling it into question and saying everything is always possible? Like if we closed that door and then pushed it to see if it moved and found it didn't, then we have discovered and confirmed that it is closed. We should progress from that rather than still entertaining the idea that it's ajar. Okay, a few things. Overall, I totally agree with you. Now, there are things we should keep in mind. Like, if I'm a super small ant, that door does move. And maybe even it moves enough for me to squeeze by. Certainly it can be moved enough from, like, the inner frame for me as a tiny ant to consider it ajar. So even when we try to concretize things, we find that there's still room for mystery and the richness of possibility. That said, if I was playing with my friends and didn't want my parents to bother me, or better yet, when my parents want to yell at me because they'll say I shouldn't keep my door closed, so they'll walk by and can't see in, and so from their perspective, the door is closed. So they've discovered, without doing any science, mind you, that the door was closed. As they'd say, to them it was evident. And so they did something. Now, that begs a question. Should it matter to the neighbor whether my mom believes my door is open or closed? Probably not. We should just respect people's beliefs, so long as it's in and about their own house. Furthermore, however, yes, we can say that the door was discovered closed, and so I shouldn't then argue with her saying it was actually wide open. I wouldn't win that argument and might end up on the naughty list. Likewise, as you've said, Santa Claus is a recent discovery that every kid I've ever met believes in, except for the idiot Pete. So, it seems presumptuous that you'd come into my room on December 23rd calling into question this recent discovery of Western first world cultures and talking about how you're going to be spending a week here during my birthday and Christmas and New Year. You know what I mean? I get why you want to believe in Santa Claus. And I get why you don't. If I knew every year that the inside of my stocking was going to look like the inside of my lungs, or your lungs, I mean, I wouldn't want to look either. But it's not because we cover our eyes that truths stop existing. All right, hold on. I want to try something else. I'm game. I can do this all day. Hey, Eris. Let's put Santa Claus aside for a second. Let's talk about the idea of gods. You know what's crazy? Pete's family is Episcopalian. Pete even goes to a Christian school. And yet Santa Claus, I think he knows Santa Claus is realer than his God. But like I said, he just doesn't want coal. But you go to a Catholic school. Oh, yeah, technically, if I don't believe in all that. the way I see it, what they call God is just Santa and all his elves and Mrs. Claus and the reindeer and the workshop and so on. I've even heard some adults say that the Bible is kind of a metaphor for Santa and his Christmas miracles. For instance, Jesus. I don't think he came back to life, but he was a very moral figure that has been good for the culture. Also, I do like to keep my mind open, as you know. So is it possible that when we die, Santa packages us up? And this is why I don't want to be cremated, by the way. Takes us in his new empty sleigh, because I imagine he does the cemetery pickups after the gifts drop off. Anyway, he takes all our bodies back to his workshop, where he and his elves build us into something new. And since not everyone is born on Christmas, only the special babies, he delivers personally, like me and Jesus. He has to use storks to send us into our new lives. Yeah, anything is possible, and that's the beauty of it. Can we start over? I feel like we keep getting really far away from the essentials, and language can make things seem relevant, but they not be. And language is hard, words are hard, communication is hard. Well, everything is connected, but I know what you mean. Everyone tells me I'm really articulate, maybe the most articulate in my class, so I forget to give people time to collect their thoughts. If you want, I have markers and paper if it'll help you just organize your thoughts and maybe some of the stuff you've learned. Dialysis, by the way, will be done with pen and paper. Dialysis, by the way, will be done with pen and paper, so that contradictions can be rooted out and falsehoods can be denounced. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you. Yeah, I actually came up here to put my bag down, and I just heard that maybe someone had a plan to put Legos everywhere. Yeah, that's my experiment. Do you want me to tell you about it again, since we started over since then? No, but the thing is that before I came up here, I'd heard about that plan. How? Well, let's just say a little birdie, told your parents. Pete? I don't know, and I don't think it matters. The point is that originally I came up here to tell you about our week-long game of Lego Box, but then I thought it'd be simpler to just tell you right off the bat that Santa isn't real, rather than tricking you out of doing what is actually a kind of smart experiment. In fact, I thought that then we could talk about doing an experiment on something else, since the Santa thing has already been sorted. Sorted. My parents hate this about me, but I don't believe in closing doors. Even when a door may seem close to you, to me it's always a little bit open. But you said your parents get mad. We tried to agree to disagree. They open it more to their personal satisfaction, and everyone's fine. And then if it ends up less open than they wanted, I'm sure they'll notice it and say something. Unless it's Bill. He freaks out if anyone doesn't knock, like for his door. So can we agree that this isn't relevant? Everything is connected. Bill, in fact, was asking me questions the other day about Santa and how I explain his movements and stuff. And some of that I've already explained to you, but you can also exchange with him, and it might be interesting to hear his perspective as someone who is also curious like you, but hasn't spent as much time studying the matter as I have. Because I know that when I get started, it can be a lot to take in. Here's the thing. This is crazy. Santa Claus is not real. There is no reason to believe he is real. In fact, every reason you have for believing he is real, namely that your parents told you that he is real and that you have gifts, is invalid. And so should be forgotten. Your parents knew when they told you that Santa wasn't real, when they told you that he was. So that reason, scratch it. I'm eager to hear the second reason, but let's go one at a time. Suppose I hold two blocks behind my back, a yellow one and a blue one, and I mix them up like this. Now, if you were to guess correctly that the yellow block was in my left hand, does that mean that it wasn't in my left hand? Like, even if you say even if you say that when you guessed it, you didn't actually believe it was in my left hand. So you can tell me the left block is in your left hand, and maybe you're right, maybe you're not, but the fact that you were only guessing has no bearing on which block is in which hand. Do you understand? I do, but we opened the hand. If your only reason to believe that there was a yellow block was my guesstimony, then indeed, when we learn that it's just a guesstimony, we have less reason to believe in it. But we presumably thought I had seen it. No, it's a guessing game. Right, but for the analogy to work, it isn't. No, it is. No, it is. The analogy doesn't work if you take out the guessing part, because then you actually did not know. Or then you actually did know it was yellow. Okay, true, but there isn't the guessing part with Santa. Parents weren't guessing, they invented it. Hold on. You believe that your parents invented Santa Claus? Do they know Will Ferrell? Or, no, parents in general did. Or maybe Macy's. Or some demon German or old English tale. See? Isn't it beautiful to wonder? No, but we can just look it up. And we can look up sightings of Santa on YouTube. No, the truth is real. Yeah, all of ours are. Nope, there are things that we should believe and things that we shouldn't. Yeah, whatever works for you. If you don't want to enjoy the holidays, that's your decision, and you can reject Santa Claus. Sorry, the original meaning of Christmas is Jesus, not Santa. I've heard people say that. Sorry, that's not even true. It's like a pagan thing. Actually, originally, it was just a seasonal thing. I feel like you're starting to get the plurality of truth, my man. Not bad for a day's work. I'm gonna go watch Peppa Pig for a bit, and I hope we can pick this up later. Ah ouais, il y a 5 pantalons. Ah bah
Pas facilement accessible.
non. Ah là, t'as un peu de peau, là.
Voilà.
C'est ça qui frappe.
Cleopatra is actually Greek, not Egyptian, despite what many people say.
I don't think that's the case.
No, I learnt that at uni, seriously. Trust me.
Yes, no, I believe she was Greek. It looks like we were both correct there.
A Coke would be clear if they didn't add like the caramel colouring to it.
I've heard it was green actually.
No, it's caramel. Like that's what gives it like the brown colour.
I am remembering again.
Did you just Google
And
that?
no, it was my mum. I was texting my mum, and I'm just having the memory that it was in fact clear. And did you say it would be green?
No, you did.
It's definitely clear.
À moins d'une heure, là, du l'autre. Ouais. Je sais pas. Ça coûte, ouais, si je conduis 12 heures, je suis à New York. Si je conduis, je sais pas, 20 heures, je suis à... No, it doesn't exist. Only the actual world, the actual Earth. The only thing that actually exists, imagine. Pretend like that. None of the systems we've created, none of the constructs, none of it's real. It's like trees, water, dirt, other species. Hunger is pretty real. Thirst is pretty real. Loneliness is pretty real. There you go. There's some basic. Just worry about those three things. All right. Well, don't think about the loneliness right now, because you're going to be lonely when you go out there. At some point, you have to be alone. You can, you know, have partners, do things with communities and stuff at different points. At some point, you need to spend some time alone. You really value their relationships too. Gosh, but I'm gonna pretend like you're 13 so that I don't have to feel bad about being all pedantic. So you're okay. No, you're not 13. Okay, you're 18. Finished high school. Okay, no, I think if you feel good about college, then go to college. But if you don't feel good about college, then don't go to college. But then maybe do try to go to college in the future. Anyway, you need to go out there into the real world. Go live on the street where all you're thinking about is food, water, a bit of hygiene, and a bit of interaction. Where you find pleasure in that. And I'm sorry to any person who's really suffered, struggled financially in life, who's lived on the street, who grew up on the street, and what this might sound like. And I don't mean to glamorize or glorify your pain and the distance between your experience and what society said was normal. But and it probably sucked because you probably didn't experience as the real world. You're probably constantly comparing, right, to classmates or what was on the TV or something, and thought, looked at all that stuff that you don't have. But maybe some of you, and then what I'm suggesting is that people who haven't known nothing, go and try. When you realize what's real, well, you just realize what your options are. I think a lot fewer people would commit suicide if they knew what their options were. That obviously it's not easy to leave the system, but and I haven't even really left it. I take, like, for instance, medication that I need money for, which I get from my parents. And my parents buy my hash. But see, when I say stuff like that, in that way, I'm acting like it's so crazy. Because, of course, I grew up in the U.S. in the 21st century, late 20th century. And now it's 18, you go to college. Graduate from college, you get a job, a good job, and you have a family. And you move in with that family into the suburbs. And then you work that job. And keep track of those bills and everything. Make sure you don't lose that fucking job. Do that until, you know, things start to hurt, and then go enjoy Earth. And when you're 18, you have become an individual, an autonomous individual, who is capable of buying his own food. As getting food from the system, because it's not like there's a whole lot of boar running around. And then even if there was, you'd need to go get a permit and a license and all that stuff. But what were you talking about? Oh yeah. But that's not real. That's not real. That's playing dress up. This idea that you turn 18 and the only normal thing is to provide for yourself. It's like can be fun in some ways and can be good in some ways, but it's made up. It's not what we're programmed for, that's for sure. We are programmed to all be together and contributing together and doing whatever needs to be done. So yeah, so it's not real. Doesn't mean that my parents have to do it. But also, I'm kind of learning to, like, I'm grateful for them, but as I would be if we were all, living in a tribe together. And I was away writing in my notebook, working on things, trying to invent a language system for us or something, I don't know. And my dad shared, or, the other people shared, like, fought on their hunts with me. While I did.
C'est pas le quartier latin,
I'm grateful for it in that way. And I feel a pressure in that way to make sure that what I'm doing is a contribution. But I don't think it makes sense to... But I don't think that I need to feel grateful in the sense of, this is crazy what's happening. You're 34 and you're not going out on the hunt. That's crazy. Every single adult male, there's no other job for an adult male to do here. Every single adult male needs to go and get bread, bro. Yeah. I think it would be I think that when you look at us, when you take a step back, the culture that I'm used to, I think it'd be pretty crazy. Because this is the only thing I'm going to be doing. What we're doing right here, it's the only thing I'm ever going to do. Try and develop techniques for people to be able to exchange and resolve. Working on this stuff, it's all this brain's doing. Okay? Can't do anything else. That's a statement of fact and a promise. I'm 34 years old. No, I'm not. I'm 33 years old. I know that, right? Nah, yeah. I just think it's kind of normal, to be honest. I think I need to keep my sanity, to not feel too guilty. But if I did to just believe in what I'm working on, I think it's okay if my parents are feeding me. And I'm fucking here to feed them, bro. I can't buy them food in the store, but I can oh, Mom, Dad, I can give you a whole new perspective on your mind and thoughts. That's why I was journaling that the other day. Because, okay, here's something we're going to be doing in the future. No. You know what? Something that we're going to be doing in this place, which means I guess we have like a week. We're going to write the story, a frank story. A certain man learns truth. Because we feel guilty. Because we think our parents and their sister would benefit enormously from the insights that we've gained into the mind and the tools that we're working on. And we feel guilty about not having succeeded in transmitting those and in engaging them on that, in getting them engaged, not having been compelling enough, convincing enough, a good enough, patient enough person that someone feels okay not understanding with. A person, you know, it's like I say that I understand the mind, but I can't even talk to a mind and get a mind to understand the very basics of the mind. So I was feeling a little bad yesterday. I was like, you know, I'm a bit resentful. I was like, gosh, my family could be practicing the tools and the techniques I come up with. They could be helping me develop these things. They don't have to spend time on it, but just using the things that would be good for them. You know, like my mom being late to something, and we figure out something based on critical recognition that is useful, rather than some nonsense about, oh, I'm just gonna decide to do better in the future or whatever. And we were feeling resentful yesterday. Fuck, you guys are gonna look so fucking stupid in the future. They're gonna say in the book he had nobody to practice his ideas with, to test his ideas on. Hey, you, Papa, you were even saying, oh, you gotta test your ideas. But you wouldn't even let him explain the theory to you the year before. Mom, you said that his work was so interesting and so good, and you were processing it and stuff. But if she had really believed in it, he might have actually been able to finish it. He might have actually been able to develop it. His sister was like, oh, you know, Aries, why don't we ever talk? I want us to be close, blah, blah, blah. But then anytime he tried to talk to her about the mind, nope. Anyway, that's what I was feeling yesterday. So I had an idea. I can just imagine it. I can just write scripts of how I imagine my family could use it theory. And I can let myself hope that maybe they'll read it and seeing it from that perspective, that they're like, huh, interesting. Or it's just gonna go on the record, it's just gonna be in the documents. And people are gonna be like, yeah, because I was imagining, I was like, oh, you know what you've taken from me, Dad? I can't write a book about how I took someone who was so sure of themselves, who was so compelled by a feeling of knowing, who was so resistant at first to the idea that consciousness and his conscious decision-making self might be an illusion. But Air succeeded, and the man was happier. The man had a different relationship to his own thoughts, concerns, fears. You're stealing that from me, Dad. That's what I was feeling like. But also I was saying to myself, no, if you're so good at the mind stuff, you should be able to figure out a way to get through to him. But regardless of all of that, we can imagine it. And we can still work through it. We have a pretty good imagination. We can imagine it and work through it. And we can be all kinds of rejected by society, dirty, unshowered, hungry, thirsty, cold, wet. Ugh. Don't love sleeping in the wet. But yes, keep going. Right, we can be all of those things. Period. We can be. And we can be happy because we're fucking working on something that we enjoy and it's fun. And yes, we'll be lonely. And yes, we'll be like, ugh, can I go now? But if the work isn't done, no, we can't. And if the work is done, you're an arrogant piece of shit. And if you feel like you've done as much as you can for the work, okay, then you can go. But we don't need, and you don't need any more the 10 years thing. You're gonna do the face tattoo. You're gonna live day by day. You're gonna smoke. And you're gonna do the fucking work. Very good. Very good. Yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. Feeling good. I look at this face. This face isn't gonna do the work. This face isn't gonna do the. This face is still thinking about getting back inside the house. And that will always be this face. That's permanent. Unless we do something else permanent. We've shaved off the eyebrows, we colored the hair, and that was permanent. This handsome soft boy here, admit it. If someone were like, hey, you want to come into the system? We really like your ideas and you're so handsome and funny. Admit it. You would go into the system. But that options, but also, it's good to have options. It's also good to make decisions. And you are so familiar with that option. And it has never interested you or been a good fit for you. So you need to make your decision, bro. And it looks like you've decided. You're outside. So it's time to commit to that. Because you know yourself. You know you're going to be tempted. If they're like, oh my gosh, we love your ideas. You're so funny. And you're so moral. And we're so sorry that all those people misinterpreted you. And you're so ethical. And you're always thinking about other people. And we all love you. And by the way, why didn't you like do modeling or acting? You know, you just have such a commanding presence. You know, we got to get you out of that van and in front of millions. You'd fucking go. Admit it. And you can still go. But only if it's in front of millions. And somebody with a face tattoo can get in front of millions. But if they offer you anything less, you know you'd accept it and you know you mustn't. If they say, oh my gosh. Remember the last girl? She met you, you were living in the woods. She knew what your deal was. And then a year into the relationship, she's talking about how her parents are arguing because her dad wants to go out in the countryside and her mom wants to stay in a more urban area. And they didn't really talk about that. I said, you and I talked about that. You told me you want to live in the mountains. She said, yeah, I don't know, you know. So we can't have like kids while being adventurous. Like, oh, okay. Oh, we can't? Oh, okay. You could have slipped right inside. But you're not, you can't take that risk. You've got a mission you need to be committed to in order to dedicate your time and energy to it without second guessing it. And you're so handsome and charming that, yeah, some normal woman is going to be like, ooh, he's kind of a bad boy. I'm interested. And she's going to fucking domesticate you, bro.
You will no longer be the great ape that you are. You won't be. You will be pulled into the matrix for love. You can't have that choice. You're too stupid. You're going to get so lonely, so desperate that, well, yeah, what I've been saying, you would go back into the matrix. So, do you have what it takes to, let's see, what's real? Or brains, that's real. A problem with facial tattoos, that's not real. We want to get a facial tattoo, that's real. For a while, a few years, yeah. We're an outsider, that's real. It's kind of not real, but it's real for as long as you can hope to live. Yep. 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 So what do you say? Let me ask you this. Has anyone ever given you a good reason not to get a face tattoo? No? Because you've been looking to be convinced, right? Because you don't want to make your mother cry, do you? You don't? Okay. You're hoping she's going to accept it? Okay. What about like, if you were working on a project and it's going really well, you're inventing something, it's going really well, and there is someone that you could work on that project with in another country. Let's say you're in Europe. You mentioned Bruce Hood to me, the Scottish neuropsychologist. So let's say that so right now you're able to go work with him because there's diesel in the tank, right? Your parents aren't going to live forever, and you're talking crazy today thinking that, you might outlive them, right? So who's going to put diesel in the tank so you can go see Bruce Hood? So I'm wondering, wouldn't it be good, you like teach English, for instance, if you needed money, so that you could buy some diesel and go, collaborate with someone, or maybe, what about for love, to go visit someone? Wouldn't it be good if you could become just a tutor, a temporary tutor for people, or just get any kind of a quick job, just for a little money, a bit of a paycheck. It doesn't become your life, and then you go back to what you're doing. See, my concern, I'm not sure you thought of this, because I know you're committed to doing the philosophy thing, but does that mean never, ever, even just for a paycheck, doing something else? You know what I mean? So I'm wondering whether a face tattoo would make that very difficult, would make getting money very difficult. And I know that you don't want to have a life of money. But what's real is real, right? Like you said, 2024, if mommy and daddy are dead, you're going to need money to eat, to pay for to drive. I hear that. I wasn't convinced, but maybe logically I should be. I know, I'm just telling you that the feeling of being convinced wasn't there, but so I have to work through it now to see whether I should be. So I think that what you said is true, right? I don't think there's anything I can deny about that. That there are going to be times in my life when I need a little check. and to do the things that I want to do. Yeah. And it is true that having even a question mark next to your eye could make that difficult. That's true. Okay. So there's nothing false about that. One thing.
Ah ouais, c'était ça ma question
And
tout
we
à
can't say
l'heure.
that
Mais après, j'avais
shit's
dit.
already said.
Mais bon, c'est dans les commentaires, ils disent.
I am
c'est
tempted
bon, bah,
to say
c'est
that
bon.
because I already have this tattoo. And like quarantine friends, so she thought I had done time. She thought I had done time. And I didn't explain the tattoo to her until we had already spent like a week and a half together. She thought I had done time. And she even said when she said, should I have done time? She's like, but then it didn't bother me. I thought it was no big deal. Like maybe part of her still was wondering whether I had done some hard time. And that's why we got the tattoo there. Well, we were already going to do that tattoo, but since having dots like that in that place is the prison thing, that's why we did that. No, I think, so you are right that it will be harder to get food, and my work will suffer that because of that. There are going to be times where my option to collaborate is pretty much gone without a check. Me and my parents can't have me driving all around Europe. So I would need a check to do that, yeah. And with a face tattoo, that'd be very difficult. And if I can't do that, then I'm gonna lose out on some things with my work. Now, just here's the response that I have there. Just hear it out. It's coming from somewhere in here. We should compare that to the benefits. Hard, I can do hard. So that's fine. But sometimes it'll be a thing of time, right? Because I can do not eating much. I can do finding food when I'm motivated to. But you're right. I wouldn't be able to drive around without a check. I'm okay with that. I've accepted being wherever I am. I can call people still, right? Right, but who would want to work with me with a face tattoo? Well, speaking of which, it would be email and phone interaction. Worst case scenario, makeup does exist. So I don't think that getting the face tattoo would actually be committing to, in no situation, ever being able to be seen with a normal face. You know, and so if I just need to handle someone's first impression, you know, then makeup exists. I don't know how it works, but I believe that things can be done with it, such as, you know, just going like that. And then I would do that the first 2 times, like I meet the person. I mean, even when I meet a person now, pretty much the first time I meet someone, I tell them, oh, I was living out in the woods. And you see the effect pretty quickly. And I just assume. So, and it can go either way. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. And then it's the benefit, you know. It's the looking at myself in the mirror and remembering what I am. I'm someone who's asking some different questions, who's answering some cool questions, who's coming out with phrasing of some cool answers to some questions. And I'm someone who, yeah, I'm wondering, bro. And to be reminded of that every day, despite the days where that's going to cost me, to be reminded of that every day when I'm recording myself, to be looking at myself and seeing a permanent commitment to continuing my line of questions and thinking, or any line of questions or thinking, and yeah. And that's going to be pretty huge. I think that's going to be pretty huge. And it's something that the reality is that I need. You know, I'm not going crazy here affirming something, you know, but symbols like this, taking in information, sending it out, like this, 1 man, 6 watchtowers, and like this. And this I've had like my whole life. I have bumps. These are the permanent things. These are things that even if they're not permanent, they are now. And the future isn't real. And this whole idea of tattoos being scary because they're permanent. What if you change? So the fuck what? So the fuck what? Was it real? Okay. The past and future aren't real. Fucking eyebrows aren't real. Nothing's real. Okay, your eyebrows are real. Some things are real. But there was something I meant by that, and I don't know what it was anymore. Anyway, the point is, look, this is permanent. This is permanent, bruh. Of course it's fucking permanent. And do I do this? No, I don't. Does this still represent me? Absolutely. Because myself is a story that I'm telling. Absolutely, bro. There's a name. Oh gosh. This is so embarrassing. I don't know that I've ever really admitted this to anybody. There's like, you can barely make it out. There's like the start of a name. Am I gonna have that removed? No. That's a symbol for that time. It was the coincidence. Well, it's not actually someone's name. It's what I called someone. It really is more of a symbol for a time more than a person, or for serendipity more than. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Sorry. You know, I mean, it's like scars. Oh my God, you have a scar. Fuck, that's permanent. That's permanent. What if? So you got that scar from chopping down trees. What if in like 10 years from now, I don't know, you're not a lumberjack anymore. You know what I mean? And now you've got that permanent lumberjack scar. You know what I mean? You know? Right? So. Yeah. No, I don't know whether this is the backfire effect or what, but I'm convinced that even though I'm a little worried, I'm a little scared, it doesn't completely feel right. I think this is what I have to do. I think I need to commit. I think my whole life, things haven't felt quite right. And I think I need the choice made for me. Yeah. But I've tested kind of what I'm signing up for. I've tested the waters outside. And I'm different. That's permanent as well. And that people see that. I talk to people and they see I'm not quite they see. Sometimes they misinterpret it. Sometimes they see a monster that isn't there. They won't have any wounds. They'll just keep their eye out forever. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing with the question mark. It's when I'm looking at people intently and they're thinking, oh, he wants to put me down. I'm just wondering what's happening. I'm just curious. I'm just learning. I'm just questioning. I'm just trying to answer questions. Yeah. All right. And this question, Mark, it's going to represent all that stuff about being on the outside, about wondering, about not being satisfied with pre-programmed answers about a soul and gods and all that. It's going to be about moving forward and learning about with every answer, bringing about new questions. It's going to be about the question, is it for the good of the people? Is it good? It's going to be a reminder of that. And it's also going to mark today. It's also going to mark today. Echo 29 Charlie. Yeah, you can get that written somewhere as well, but yeah. You're choosing, you're gonna live. You're not gonna think about a deadline anyway. And you don't have to anymore because you'll never feel another pressure to go back in the house. They won't let your ass in. And just to resolve the cognitive dissonance, you're gonna believe that you don't want to go inside. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, all right, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you. I only have 20%, so this is gonna die at some point, but I'm not quite done yet. Echo 29 Charlie. 2111. It's something that used to frustrate me in my life was feeling misseen, misinterpreted. And over the last couple of years or several months, I've realized that anything I come up with isn't going to change the world overnight, anytime soon. And I realized that I'm always going to be lonely. I'm never going to be happy inside the house. And I guess the whole 10 years thing was because, I didn't like that, I guess. And I don't know how I'll feel tomorrow, but now how I feel is okay. And I think that's what the movie did for me. It's okay that they don't understand. It's okay that they don't see the you that you see. It's okay that they don't even know that they're programs, that they're minds. It's okay. And what was incredibly freeing about living outside was that being covered in dirt and people meeting me knowing that I was living outside, especially at a food pick distribution spot, right? That took getting used to be seen that way, of course. And it's the case for everybody who lives outside. It takes getting used to, regardless really of where they came from, no matter what. It takes getting used. There's something that changes in the way that people look at you, whether you're housed or unhoused. And there was something incredibly freeing about it. Here I am in front of you, showing myself to you.
and you're not seeing me. Oh, you're seeing a homeless person or whatever. And gosh, I think I lost my train of thought. Just incredibly freeing. Like, wait, so can you not, so does it not actually sort of matter what I do? Like, do you not, and also your evaluations of me, I guess that's what it is. Your evaluations of me can't matter. Because you're not, hello, you can't really see me, can you? Ah, so when you react badly to me, you didn't see what, you can't even hear me, hello? Oh. Now, it's not all the case, otherwise you could just say that every time you do something bad. But to know that sometimes people's reactions aren't not based on who you are. Sometimes people who I remind you are Homo sapien brains. Sometimes they misinterpret. So you are who you are, the things that you are at a given moment, and they're reacting to their interpretation. Two different things. Their map, your territory, and then there's also your map of your territory. But anyway, whatever it's written on that map of theirs, compare it to your map of your territory, and unless you've hurt someone, just go with your map, bro. Obviously, take a good fucking look and get someone else involved and listen really, really hard to the criticism to make an absolute, to maximize the chances that you can see your error if someone's saying that you hurt someone. But bro, if they're not even saying that you hurt anyone, they're just guessing your intentions based on their little map. Bro, you live on the territory, bro. Yes, you don't know every nook and cranny of the territory. Yes, they may have seen something that you didn't notice. But also, did they really walk in the territory? Or did they say it from atop a hill with some bad binoculars? Because if they said, hey, you got a big fault there, somebody might fall into that, you got a big fault in your territory, and they drew it on their map, does that matter? Good job. So when you walk around, this is going to be your shield, this question mark. That's your think what you want. I'm just out here asking questions, probably better questions than you. You don't have to be arrogant about it, but if that helps you sleep, then every once in a while, okay. Let them draw their maps, bro. Let them draw their maps, bro. You draw your maps of the stuff that you're working on. We're all cartographers, motherfucker. Have you ever noticed that they don't say, oh, by the way, this map is probably shit, and you do? Right? So you know for a fact that their maps can't be 100% accurate. They're saying that their maps are 100% accurate. Let them be, and you be. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think? Yeah? This is gonna last? Have you ever regretted that? No. Boom. Okay. Echo 29, Charlie, minutes later. Okay, you're right.
I'm sitting down because I'm realizing I actually want to talk to you more. I don't have anything to say though, except for right now. You're right that the lumberjack metaphor, it was cute, but it wasn't good. It would be more like if you want to exaggerate, you would say maybe be more like if he had stamped on his forehead lumberjack, and he's no longer a lumberjack, and he's become a surgeon, and he's in there with lumberjack. You know. Well, I hear you. I'm not getting lumberjack put on my forehead though. I get where you're saying that, yes, okay, some things that are permanent, that are representative of a piece of you, don't need to be a part of the first impression. I got that. So I went too far. But of course that doesn't change the question mark, does it? I have no reason why I would be biased to do that. I'm pretty square. I see myself as not much of a rebel, almost like I'm forced to be. Yes, isn't that the best kind of rebel? That's a rebel with a cause. So bravo, Eris. It's pretend like this isn't non-alcoholic beer. Anyway, what were we saying? Yeah, so the question mark. Yeah. So I'm not going to get on my forehead or on my face, anything temporary. You can leave those things for your arms and legs and stuff. Those things that represent just a piece of you. And so my original idea when I first wanted to get a face tattoo a few years ago was to get the word tattoo. See, that would be silly. That was the point of it, is that because the way I am, my programming is that tattoos have to be meaningful because they're bad. And so the only thing to shut up my instinct that they're bad is to have incredible meaning. And that's just me. If people who don't have that instinct, great. You're a little bit more out of the matrix than I am then. Unless you think that not having tattoos is bad, then you're just in you're in the tattoo matrix. So they have to be incredibly meaningful. But that instinct, the reason they have to be incredibly meaningful is that instinct that they're bad, that they violated convention. And that instinct is something that I am opposed to, even though it exists in me. And so that was kind of the idea that it's meaningless, the text itself, just the word tattoo. And I even imagine maybe doing it misspelled. So it's meaningless. It's the place, the fact that's a face tattoo that's meaningful and incredibly meaningful, especially because that's the only meaning. So it keeps you focused on the meaning. The meaning is fuck your convention. Now, so do I want to get fuck your convention on my face? A little bit. But not with just tattoo. Something that really does represent me. Something that is meaningful. All right, so I'm missing the point actually, aren't I? But that's okay, because that I wouldn't want to be permanent. That statement, tattoo, I think it's a wonderful statement. Someone to have 0 tattoos on their body and just have the word here, tattoo. That's incredibly powerful. I think that a lot of people find it very silly and laugh and find it stupid. I think it's incredibly powerful because that's how they'll react, partly. But is that going to be me? Or am I going to be the one who gives up my pretty face to make that statement? No.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because that is not the thing. Being that rebel is not actually the thing that represents me. It is what I am. But questions and answering questions, anything about questions, yeah, that represents me. And I'm not going to be that guy because I couldn't be that guy. And also because if, you know, I need to be able to talk to philosophy about people, not just, oh, hey, I'm a counterculturalist or whatever, you know. I gotta talk real shit. Yeah. I think rebellion is important, especially against dumb conventions. But, so rebellion without a cause does, I think, contribute to social good. I do have a cause, though, so I'm not going to be our guy. And I think that's okay. But we don't really want to affirm anything, put anything, because yeah, gosh, how embarrassing would it be if I had it theory written here, and then I had to explain to people, oh yeah, that's what I called it in 2024, but then I didn't like that name anymore, so I changed it to, as you know, blank theory. Yeah, I think about getting lasered off, but also it's like a part of my history. I know it's confusing because it's like I'm championing blank theory, and here I got it theory. It's literally the best tattoo in the world to get a question mark, if you want to have a meaningful one. The best one, if you want the tattoo itself to be meaningful, the fact that there is a tattoo, get the word tattoo, misspell it. Maybe spell it the way they spell this animal in French, le tatou, which is an armadillo. No, anteater. No, something that I thought was like a cool symbol. But yeah, question mark. What else would be like a good? It's like, what else would be like a thing that checks all the boxes because it doesn't check any boxes except for being on the face? It would be something else. Yeah, just like lines would be something else. Question mark. It's all it is potential that's, it's brilliant. It can be whatever I want it to be. And the plan is to make it so it's like half of a light bulb, so that if I go absolutely crazy and have found the truth, and I'm annoyed because every time I tell people the fundamental absolute truth, they say, I can't take you seriously, I have a question mark by your eye. I'll go, okay, and I'll go change it into a light bulb. And they'll say, oh no, my issue is the fact that you have a face tattoo. And I'll say, oh, okay, fuck you. And I'll go find someone else that wants to hear my great idea that answers every question. But I'm not going to have that. So it's going to be, but just in case, I'm going to leave, because it's good to have options. But it's also good to make decisions. Yeah, yeah. And yes, am I impulsive? Yes. This isn't an impulse. I know I'm impulsive, so I do a pretty good job of not believing in my impulses. But it's apparent this is more than an impulse. Questions are everything, bro. What is everything? I don't know. First of all, that's a question. Second of all, you have to learn about it. How do you learn about things? We ask questions. Now, questions don't have to literally be with a question mark. Question can be measuring a tree.
That's a question. Gets an answer. A query. Any sort of demande. Search for information. And what's great is it's not about possession. Because the great thing about questions is that if you're greedy and it's about possession, I want to learn a whole bunch of shit, you're fucked. Because every time you learn something, there's going to be more questions. So it's anti-possession, because every time you possess, you notice a space to possess more. And there will always be more space, empty space, than filled space in your collection of knowledge. If you're any good at it, anyway. What was my point about that? Two questions that will always exist. Could that be false? And is there better? Or, well, I guess the answer will always be, is there better? No, that's not necessarily yes. Will there be better? Maybe, probably, if that thing continues. Is there better? No. If we're defining good as satisfying our needs and, without too much sacrifice, and as long as it checks those two boxes, it is best. But then if we think of something else, okay, now there is better. But until we think of something else, until we're motivated to do that, no. But then in a lot of cases, the answer will be, oh, yes. Yes, there are ideas out there. We just haven't quite figured out how to make it work yet. But yeah, no, there's better. It's coming. Could that be false? Is the answer always one or the other? Is the answer always no? Obviously not. Is the answer always yes? Okay, let's just change it. What could be false about that? There we go. That's a forever question. People, and then when people say, why do you have a question mark? It's like, because I knew you'd ask. Is that clever? Or does that need to be reformulated? Or, why have a question mark? I have no fucking idea. But when I do figure it out, I'm gonna finish it and make it into a light bulb. Why do you have a question mark on your face? Why don't you? It's to bounce the question back at you. Are you not plagued by... Are you not compelled by wonder? Are you satisfied? Okay, that's okay. Not the way I'm programmed. And I think that's also okay. Can I ask you some more questions? Do you want to ask me any questions about the mind, about the matrix? About the real world? I have a lot of questions about the real world too. You want me to tell you some stuff I've come up with so far? Why do you have a question mark on your face? So that you know that I don't know. I have a question mark on your face. So that every morning when I brush my teeth, this doesn't work, I don't brush my teeth every morning. So that every time I look in a mirror, Alice in Wonderland thing, maybe? No. I answer it. No, Yeah, so every time I get up in the morning, I remember why. They say, why what? It's a good question. Or, so that every time I get up in the morning, I remember what I have to do. You know, work on questions or something. Or like, let's try to think of a good one. Let's not put pressure on ourselves. Why you had a question mark on your face? So that every morning so that when I tell myself something, I know it's coming from a questionable source. I mean, endless potential. My question mark. So that you know I'm curious. Keep going, you were saying about your mother? Why you have a question mark? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why you have a question mark? I don't know. Let me know if you find the answer. Yeah, that's good stuff. There's also something like, you know, about the non-existence of the self, the mystery of the self, the mystery of I, the mystery of perception. You know, every what question could be, what do you see? Or see any perceived sense? What is the reason for this? What do you perceive as, interpret as the reason for this? What color do you see? Yeah, well, 2 examples is probably not sufficient for the big claim I made that every single what question you can sort of slip in. What do you see? Something like what I? What I? I what? I what? And it's a question we just keep answering. And we have to keep asking, answering. The answers will keep changing if we allow them to. But it doesn't have to be egocentric, like that can be part of it, but also what I see. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Fantastic.
And you've got a camper, that is asking for trouble.
I hear that.
So that made no sense, especially as a few seconds earlier you were talking about going off-road.
Yeah.
And yet you wanted the cheapest tires.
It's not that I wanted the cheapest.
I know, but to even ask for the cheapest tires was crazy. What you should have done was said, how much can we spend on tires? To me. What kind of quality tire, instead of just making decisions that you wanted the cheapest tires.
Yeah.
I could have not said, oh, that's a good deal then, and just said, yeah, fine. And then you'd be stuck with a tire blowout sometime.
Yeah.
Because you got cheap tires.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
'24 Echo 30 Delta 1555. Trying to figure out a BITEV. Okay, so the situation is the argument that seemed reasonable to somebody.
If Assange is not extradited, the CIA will assassinate him. If Assange is extradited, the CIA will have no reason to assassinate him. Because they've got him. So therefore, the plot to assassinate Assange is irrelevant if he's extradited. So you imagine going to the police and saying, I was threatened with death if I don't give this guy $1,000. So I gave him $1,000. And the police says, well, that's okay.
Right, that's good. See, once we reduce and generalize, we have to, so once we reduce and generalize, it's going to become obvious sort of the basic mechanism, and it's going to become obvious the evolutionary advantage of it, why this would seem reasonable to a mind. And that's when you know you've identified a mallet, because every mallet has to be able, you have to explain why, for our ancestors or even today in our processing of things, how this can sometimes contribute to good processing. And then you know that, okay, well then it makes sense that we may have evolved with that.
Okay, so the judges could be biased it shows a bias against the defendant.
Yeah, it does do that.
Have you farted?
No.
Is it me? Okay.
Right, and so what we know is because that, even to the judge, would be an obvious fallacy if they weren't what we say agitating, which is they're just focused on that thing, on proving whatever, on justifying whatever.
Right.
Okay, right, so yeah, great. So we want to reduce and generalize this, figure out...
So the person who's making that statement shows bias against the defendant.
Right.
So bias, so that they're not looking at that rationally. They're looking at that based upon their bias. Because rationally, that doesn't make any sense.
Uh-huh.
Well, logically, it actually makes sense on one level, but if in general you were going to murder somebody, that would lead the case to be thrown out. That's standard, right? In any normal case, the case will be thrown out. But because the judges are biased, it goes on pure logic of that state, because that's a logical statement. If it's extradited, there's no need to assassinate him.
Right, but what isn't logical is the one that if he's not going to be assassinated, then there's no problem.
Why's that?
Then it's not relevant. Their plot to assassinate him isn't relevant.
No, if he's extradited, there's no need to assassinate him.
Right.
That's logical.
Yeah. So that part's logical, but then the next part is...
What is the next part?
If there's no need to assassinate him, then these aren't relevant charges to talk about. This isn't.
That was covered
And
by the first bit, what we said earlier. If it's extradited,
right.
There's no need to assassinate.
Right. Well, I'm just putting it in sequence of using. So if the TAV, what I call it, was that it's not likely that they will assassinate him. If it's not likely they will assassinate him, then the likelihood that they're not going to assassinate him isn't something of concern. Something like that. That part is not logical, that move.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I think it ends. I think it should end if he's extradited. The judge says there's no reason why they would assassinate him.
Oh well, but that's the justification for the ultimate cast, the ultimate statement. So therefore, I'm not going to accept your evidence because it doesn't matter.
Right.
So that's the ultimate TAV, and you led up to that with using his justification, and the ultimate cast is, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Right.
Right. So, and that part isn't logical, right?
Right, because it goes against normal jurisprudence.
Right.
Normal custom.
Right. So it's inconsistent with...
Because it's an underlying bias by the judges against the client, against the defendant. I mean, to even come out with that statement is so outrageous on the part of the judge. So the judge used logical argument in what he said, but he ignored the fact that there was a plot, there was evidence of a plot, so therefore that should have had a bearing on whether you continue with the case.
And what would that it be? What would that if then be? So we know the then is should have bearing on the case. So what's the if for that?
So if there was no extradition, if there was no extradition, then the CIA may attempt assassination of Assange. if there was evidence of if the evidence was sufficient, then the case should be thrown out.
So if case should maybe be thrown out, then evidence needs to be evaluated.
Say again?
If the stakes are the case maybe being thrown out, then that evidence needs to be evaluated.
Well, the evidence is evaluated before the case is thrown out, right?
Right. But if those are the stakes, the case being thrown out, then the evidence needs to be evaluated.
Oh, yeah, you have to evaluate the evidence.
No, but that's the point. That's the ultimate point. So that's the counter case. So the judge is saying, I'm not going to look at this. Our final case is, you do need to look at this, and we're leading up to that. You have to examine the evidence. The reason you have to examine the evidence is because if it's sufficient, then the case would be thrown out.
Should be thrown out. Yeah.
Those are high stakes, and so you need to check this condition for such a high stakes result.
Yeah.
And see, that one is really obvious. Of course, we evolved to, if something is high stakes and we have a way of finding out whether true or false, then we should go for it. So that's a confirmed it.
I think all this shows is just a bias, though, right? The preconceived bias.
Yeah, but I'm not sure we're beyond that. We're beyond that. We know that we know that if someone says something,
Okay, what are you beyond to, though?
we're trying to identify what the its are, so that there's a coherent narrative of an explanation of what happened in that judge's mind.
So bias against the defendant is not sufficient?
So here's the thing.
Make it quick.
Okay, bias against the defendant is not a homunculus in the brain who can come up with something. Bias against the defendant is what's going to make it more likely that another process that isn't logical is going to seem logical to the person and is going to be spoken out.
Well, it could be logical for the judge to be biased.
But that's not what we're...
Is that you?
No.
Well, whatever it means, we're not going to do it. I don't know what it means.
2024...
Oh, hold on. What did you say?
Sorry, real quick. 2024 Ekber 30 Delta 1608.
Okay, what did you say now? Oh, okay.
Good, Mom. How are you? All right. All right, love you, bye. Love you, bye.
Anyway, I've got another interesting situation.
Okay. I'm listening.
Okay, so one of the assurances that the US had to give was that Assange wouldn't be discriminated against based upon his nationality. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's not American, right? And your nationality is based on where you were born. It's not the same as citizenship. So the court asked for an assurance that it wouldn't be discriminated against on the basis of nationality. Now, it's a funny thing to ask for because the US courts wouldn't discriminate based upon where you were born. They may discriminate and will discriminate based on your citizenship, but not from where you're born. If I became a US citizen, I'd have the same rights as a US citizen, even though my nationality is British, because I was born in Britain. So it doesn't matter where you're born, it's whether you're a citizen or not. But the court asked for assurance on the basis of nationality. So the US are arguing, well, it won't be discriminated on the basis of nationality, but he will be discriminated on the basis of his citizenship. Let's see. UK lawyers representing the United States pedantically lectured the court on the distinction between citizenship and nationality. Any deprivation of Assange's First Amendment rights would be due not to his nationality, but his citizenship. That is, an Australian-born US citizen could not be deprived of First Amendment rights, but any non-citizen may be. One of the UK government lawyers representing the United States stated Assange would not be prejudiced for reasons of his nationality, but because as a matter of law, he is a foreigner operating on foreign soil. So therefore, implying he would be discriminated against. He wouldn't have the same rights as a US citizen, even a US citizen who was born in Australia. So I'm wondering now, there is a distinction between nationality and citizenship. So did the court deliberately word their request for assurances and use the word nationality and not citizenship? No, they didn't accept. Okay, it's coming up to 4:11, so it could be somebody outside waiting.
Echo 30 Delta 1335. So I wanted my dad to buy me a jumper for the car, like a thing that you have charged up, and it's just a little portable device and to jumpstart your car. So he was looking for his card, but he picked up my mic with in its case, and I had in my hands, what did I have in my hands? My phone maybe, and a beer. And when he realized, when I said, that's not your wallet, that's my mic, he goes, oh, and he tosses it to me. I've got the can and my phone in my hand. So I catch it, spill a little bit of beer. And even before I catch it, sort of as I'm catching it, he says, oh my gosh, sorry about that. And then he says, I didn't mean to do that.
And then he says, well, I did mean to do that. But then I realized it was a bad idea. Which is sort of, that is a sort of good adjustment, modification. Except not quite, but there are instances when that's something that is a good thing to say. I said, no, he didn't mean to do that. There was a mechanism in his brain that executed that, but it wouldn't be useful to describe that one mechanism as him, given that there are lots of other mechanisms that would be like, that's not a good idea. And he said, right. And I was like, oh, no disagreement? I didn't say that, but, oh. And he said, my brain meant to do it. No, a part of your brain meant to do it, but like I said, other parts wouldn't have approved of that idea. There's no difference between you and your brain. And no rebuttal. Because he knows that he's supposed to believe that he's his brain. He even thinks that he believes he's his brain. But then, of course, he'll say stuff like that. Like, all right, my brain meant to do it, but not me. And that would be pretty wild if your whole brain was like, hey, I got a good idea. He's holding a beer can, an open beer can, and his phone. Let's toss something at him to catch. And then his consciousness was just this latent, oh no, oh silly brain, oh silly brain. What's up?
Nothing. I just believed you got that out.
Finished?
Could be. No word how when the Germans are coming?
No.
When they come, don't mention the war.
Hmm.
That was in the 60s, that was a running joke on the John Cleese program, 40 Towers.
I haven't heard of Faulty Towers.
Oh, you haven't? I think you watched it with me, probably you forgot.
Okay. Monty Python. John Cleese was in that as well.
Yeah. Faulty Towers is very funny.
Okay.
Okay. If you want a bit of light-hearted relief, I'll see if I can find Faulty Towers. I mean, I've watched that so many times. But it was when the Germans had mentioned the war, and then he would mention the war.
Yeah.
Prime Video. Oh, yeah. Right now in Prime Video on search, a party of German guests and a fire drill make for a memorable day at the hotel. Oh, currently not available to view in your location. You don't have a VPN, huh? Why not?
So, buddy, yesterday meant a lot to me. It doesn't take much to. I don't need a big crowd of people to tell me, hey, you might be onto something. Hey, the stuff that you can trust sort of what you're coming up with. You're using a good approach. You're questioning everything you come up with, so you can sort of trust yourself and keep up with it. And so I felt like yesterday I got some assurance or some encouragement from you on that, and I appreciated it a lot. And I think it was something that I really needed, because, when you have something that you're working on, you don't know whether it's real or not. And so you need the people around you who hear it to let you know. And so yeah. So I mean, I've had people sort of tell me, but you, thank you very much for giving it
you always have to test it, and that was one of my guesses. You have to test it along the way as you develop it. You've got to test it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that will send you, a change. Just like you stop using the word voices.
Exactly.
By experience, empirical experience.
Yeah.
But you got to test your thesis along the way.
Yeah.
And you could. There's a danger of running along theoretically. In a certain direction without testing it, and you end up down a rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And divorced from reality. You got to link it with reality.
Well, that's not a concern, because although it's not something that's already accepted by the public, it is based on things that are already known.
Yeah, I know, but you still have to you need to relate it to practical things, just like we were talking
right, and it's
there.
based on practical things.
Oh, I know, but what you're doing though, you have to take a situation like this and analyze it according to your theory. According to how you would look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're offering a different perspective on thinking, right? It's a different perspective.
I'm offering the only perspective indicated by the evidence that is available.
There's always more than one perspective, so it's not the only one. There's nothing definite. There's nothing absolute, right?
Right, but that doesn't need to be restated, because we know that there's nothing definite absolute.
Right.
But what I can affirm,
you're offering a perspective.
No, what I can affirm more than that. I can affirm that the current perspectives that are held do not align with the research, and I'm not the only person saying it. So with the research, with our understanding of a material world, there is a specific understanding of what the self is, that David Eagleman knows, that V.S. Ramachandran knows, that Bruce Hood knows, etc., that is not publicly held.
Yeah.
So it's the only perspective indicated by the evidence, which is what makes it so worthwhile exploring.
Anyway, you've got perspective. That is the only perspective. The true perspective.
Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, but I have to say something. You paraphrase what I was saying, is that it's the true perspective, But that's not. I'm saying it's the only one indicated by the currently available evidence. I'm not saying it's the absolute truth. I'm saying it's the only one indicated by the available evidence.
I mean, I can't. I mean, I'll accept what you say.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's other evidence out there that goes against it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know all the evidence that's out there.
Yeah. But
I don't
like
study the
like
research.
evolution by natural selection, that is the only indicated explanation from the evidence. Epigenetics being added on top of that is the only indicated, thing from the evidence, from a complete look at the evidence.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I was just reading the other day. There's another there's another trigger for evolution that is not natural selection.
Okay. So then that now is what is indicated by the evidence.
Yeah, so
Right. No.
S quoi?
not like natural.
Right.
SK?
So those were not good examples. What I'm saying is evidence can indicate an interpretation. And then sometimes that interpretation can be different from the public interpretation. And it doesn't mean that they're equally valuable.
Remember, we're always only talking about currently available evidence.
That's what I
So
just
you
said.
always have to.
Yeah, that's what I
sometimes
just said.
The idea of, the only, it's like the lack of, the absence of evidence.
It does not indicate the evidence of absence.
Right.
Is not evidence of absence. Yeah.
The absence of evidence.
It's also called the appeal to ignorance fallacy.
Right. The absence of evidence is what? Say it again.
The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Yeah. Okay.
But what we do, of course, is we follow. We even talk about the absence of evidence. We just follow the evidence. And evidence of something will be taken as evidence of that thing based on whatever is. Yeah, but we don't want to slow down by constantly reminding ourselves that.
Also, we don't always. Advances are often made by taking a natural jump above the available.
And I remember when we talked about this last year, you said that, and also the other thing, you said you kept stressing how important it is to be constantly researching and making sure it's tied to already demonstrated things. And then also in the conversation, we talked about the importance of being able to see ahead, see possibilities ahead, so that we kind of know what to look for. Exactly.
Evidence.
So it doesn't even actually matter whether. I think the amount of evidence that this is based on, I think it's like this, as far as the relationship between the idea and the stuff it's based on. But even if it's like this, that's okay. We don't need to linger on that because that's another way to do it.
Right.
Okay. All right. So, any chance you wanna hear the theory overview?
I used to want to
Yeah.
You never said goodbye. But now you're off
It's
my
bullet points. It's well organized, and it covers a lot. There are some things that need to be revised in the phrasing. It is a first draft, but I think that the structure of it is good.
Okay. Okay, I need a bit of a break now, though.
Okay.
And then we'll get on with that. I want to show you 40 Tales, okay. Let's have a break with 40 Tales, but some music.
(2024) Echo 31 Echo 1207. Let me ask you something, Dad. Let me ask you something. You got some You still got more. It's on the tip. Let me ask you something. Do you value science?
Mm-hmm.
Do you value critical thinking?
Yes.
Do you value ethics? Do you value
Tu vas me lire quelque chose alors?
So then you
Tu vas chercher un livre, Why We Make Mistakes.
working hard to find
Tu vas lire quelques pages.
science, good thinking. And if you had kids, do you think you would try to teach them? You have kids. Do you feel like you were able to teach any of them that?
No,
No. None of them.
I don't think so.
So none of them, what, value science?
I didn't say that.
Which one did you not get to them?
Well, I think I did teach the need to do all of that, but I haven't been involved necessarily in the detail of it.
Right. But did you set an example?
Yeah, I set an example.
Of the value
I
of
set an
scientific
example.
thinking.
Yes, I did.
And do you think that any of your kids got it?
I think you did.
You think I did?
Yeah.
So do you think then that as your son, that I would be applying the kind of rigor and passion that you would apply to an investigation?
Yes,
Yeah.
but you also need to be challenged as well.
Actually, no. So in general, that's a role to be played, to be challenged. But ideally, that role would be played when in concert with other roles or at the same time as other roles being played. So for instance, you would have someone that's like, hey, that idea is worth pursuing and you should keep going. You have someone else with whom the person can collaborate, can develop the idea. And then you've also got someone who is critical of the idea. And all those things work together. Now, if you only had someone who is like, hey, that's great, go for it, well, then you might go, into La La Land. If you only have someone that says, is critical, then you might not go at all. So the trick is the balance of support forward and criticism of direction. So if you contributed, if you had someone who was pathologically checking things and didn't ever really feel like he was on stable ground, then of the two things that he needs, the questioning or the encouraging, which one would that person in particular need more?
I think it has to be both.
No. That person needs to receive both. But if the person is already has OCD and compulsively checks things, then, and the person
But I don't think the person is compulsively checking things. I'm not sure whether...
But he is. I am.
Because I bring up the question of real-life examples, apply it to real-life situations.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you do that then or not.
But I do.
Okay.
But here's my question. Challenging is great, and I get that that's your default. But when you think about the bigger picture, and not just about, your default role, don't you realize the value of encouragement?
Yeah. But
Pour aller à Lille? Non, je pense pas, non. Ça aurait été bon.
Yeah.
And most like you use to translate. Other great thinkers. They still do other things. Like Einstein was a patent officer.
Yeah.
Because they realized that, and some people went out their way to. Rousseau went out his way to get rich ladies to sponsor him.
Yeah.
Right? So he didn't really work. He just got rich people to sponsor him. So, you know, I think I have to encourage you to be self-supporting and you have to be able to sustain yourself because you've got elderly parents and they can't do it for much longer. And it's just a fact. And so I see that you have to, this is what I see that you have to have a base. Because the more you travel, the more you run up expenses. It's just, you know, gasoline, wear and tear on the vehicle and so on. So before that vehicle dies, you want to keep that vehicle as long as possible, so you don't want to put too many more miles on it. So I think you need to have a base in a particular area. Choose somewhere where you have access to services and people and different opportunities and customers. So base, and some way it means of supporting yourself. I don't think you're would be suitable as an employee in the sense, you know, you can't work in a corporate structure. That's not how you are. I'm the same way. So you have to be an independent person, really. That's better for you. So some means of earning income as an independent person.
Yeah.
And then do this and pursue this work and realize that this work may take a number of years, which it already has, take a number of years. So there's like no rush. You have to keep moving along on a steady course.
Yeah.
There's no rush.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah. So there's no rush. So you should be able to have time to actually get some income too.
Right.
And just doing other things and meeting other people is going to give you ideas anyway. You're going to get ideas from other people.
That's right.
And other situations.
That's right.
And the other thing I would advise is monitor the scientific literature too, and the philosophical literature. Make sure that you spend
That's what I'm doing, yeah.
time reading research literature.
That's what I'm doing.
Not just layman books, but research literature, the latest findings.
Okay.
Psychology, you know, just in magazines like Psychology Today, which you can access.
Well, I'm doing what's
Scientific American.
Yeah, I'm doing what's appropriate. I've never even explained.
So that's where I come in. Other than that, I'm particularly busy, of course, when I'm at home looking after James, which takes a lot of emotional work, physical work. Because if you don't watch him all the time, he'll just.
Hold on, I gotta pause here because I wanted to talk about the encouragement thing.
Okay.
All right, for the financial component, I know those things. There's nothing more that I can do about those things.
What way?
Well, one thing that I learned from college and even from when I was trying to sort of think while I had a job or whatever, I learned that I needed to let myself be consumed by what I'm working on. And I imagine that the way we're wired is based on our evolution. And I think that I get the cultural aspects, like, oh my gosh, you're 34 years old, you should be autonomous. When we think to our evolution, though, it seems a lot less crazy that someone stays behind at the camp and is working on inventing a new shelter technology, for instance, and then his dad brings him back something to eat. That doesn't seem so crazy to me. Now, when you're not able to do that, which is totally up to you, I can figure things out. You know, when I was in the woods, I cut up the cards to test this so that I can feel comfortable being consumed by my thing, knowing that I can take care of myself. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to take advantage of the time that I have now, where I don't have to stress about those things to make more progress. Knowing that soon, it's going to be a different
When you were in the
condition.
forest, you had less expenses because you didn't have a vehicle. You'd have to fill a vehicle up with fuel.
Yeah.
Pay for any repairs and so on
Yeah.
and so forth.
Yeah.
And get all sorts of. You had fewer gadgets and so on and so forth. So your expenses were less in the tent.
That's true. and my expenses can become less again. So either way, I know I can figure
Well,
it
that's
out.
why I'm encouraging you to find a base.
Right, but I have found places where I can park indefinitely.
Yeah.
So that's done.
Yeah.
I showed you one.
Yeah.
So that's checked off the list.
Right.
So I'm in a fantastic place where a nice doctor lady has texted me.
Mm-hmm.
I know of places, multiple, where I can stay indefinitely, all in the same region.
Mm-hmm.
I know where I can charge my battery. I know where I can go work at a library.
Yeah.
So for now, I've got a good situation, thanks to you. And so the only thing missing is, because I don't have time to waste, because I have to take advantage of this opportunity to crystallize and concretize the ideas, figure out what those next steps are. I don't have time to waste time. Fuck, am I completely crazy? Is this actually all wrong? I don't have time to waste on the replaying of, is the fundamental stuff that this is based on, do I need to go back and rethink that? Right? And that's how science works, right? We try to make progress knowing that those fundamental steps might be wrong, but still feeling motivated to pursue this until we know that those fundamental steps are wrong.
Right.
So I've got the internal criticism. I've got the research. Right now, we're in the process of reading 3 books and making daily progress in 3 books.
What 3 books are these?
One by, well, hold on, because I think we're losing sight of the big picture, which is that right now, even if I'm wrong, that's okay. Right now, I want to continue on this line of thinking.
Right.
And because I compulsively think back to any possibilities of error, I could use less external reminder of that. Now, you are who you are. So I would love if you could play that role of, that's interesting, and I believe I raised you with the right thinking values, so I trust you. I would love that. But I also know that, you are good at playing the role of the critical. The thing is that the critical is not the ingredient that I need from the outside right now.
So if I suggest to you that you need to broaden your look and look at how this fits into decision making, that's a suggestion.
Yeah.
It's not a criticism of what you're doing.
So the suggestion implies, because then I go, wait a minute, what? That is what's happening. We're taking a look at map bits, and the output is often decisions or it's beliefs.
Okay.
So there's an implication in the question, right?
Yeah.
And I'm glad we're settling it. But there's an implication in the question that I hadn't thought of and evaluated that, which can be okay, and B, that there is something sort of fundamentally wrong in my perspective on the question. And so for me, and that's just how I receive it, it's just the way I'm wired, is that those are reasons for doubt for me. And so I want to give you that information so that maybe in those moments when you have that question, I can probably trust Eris. He's been on it for a while and he has the same kind of values that I do.
Yeah, but the thing, okay, let me say this though. The thing is that there's always a danger of somebody going down a rabbit hole.
And that's okay.
And if you don't have external input,
yeah.
In other words, if you're a closed system,
and no, that's not the case.
You have to be an open system.
That's not the case.
Oh, okay. But I'm saying, you're by yourself.
I'm not. I'm talking with Leo. I was talking with Quarantine. I've got people who know about the material, who can check the things that I'm saying. Okay. I've got that. Okay. So I don't need an external thing asking me to review the fundamentals. When Leo, he studies information technology, or computer science, philosophy, and psychology. He's got a background to be like, wait a minute, can you explain that more?
Okay, so you don't need me to be critique you.
I don't
You don't
need
need-
criticism
you don't
from
need
you.
okay.
I really need support from you because you have enough background to be able to, if we have a brief conversation and I share an element of the idea, you've got enough background to be able to say, okay, that's cool. So I don't need the, oh, that might be false. I need the, oh, that might be
It's
true.
very difficult though, because one is I'm taking in information and then I'm processing that, and I may have questions about it.
I get that.
And I may have doubts about it.
I get that.
And
I get that. So,
I get the feeling you just want me to say, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, and that's what I want. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've got doubts from people who know about the material.
Okay.
So I've got those opportunities. So I don't. Yeah, I don't need. I mean, it's like if it's like if someone who is working in something and has people who know about the thing, and then someone who doesn't have a background in it says, "Hey, that sounds wrong to me." But you do have enough scientific background in general and curiosity to say, "Oh, that's cool," and then that is really helpful for me. That's the thing that I'm missing from the reading and from Daniel Kahneman has taught me a great deal about things where I was wrong in the mind, right? What I need is a father who set such a great example for scientific thinking to be proud of me for pursuing scientific thinking. And then when he has his doubts, I'm not going to ask you to change that, but to try to keep that to you, because otherwise I have to address your questions. But then I don't actually ever get a chance to address them, do I? I don't ever get a chance to explain to you, to address your doubts, because you just keep reaffirming them. And I've never explained to you it theory, for instance. So that simple fact, in a year...
It's always better to give me a written paper on something like that.
And I sent it to you and you didn't read it. That was a year ago, before we saw each other last. And then also I did the videos with you, the presentations of the vocabulary, and we aren't able to engage on that. So that means that because you're not engaging with the actual stuff that I'm doing, that the criticism aren't appropriate. It's just the little things that you hear and the little impressions that you have. So if you don't have an idea...
That's why I asked for, okay, have you done a one-page write-up?
I sent that to you a year ago. This thing, it's 4 pages, but it covers literally everything. And there is half a page that involves just it theory. Yeah. But wait, I don't want to invite criticism. I don't want to share this with you to invite criticism, because I was really proud of myself yesterday. You said that you wanted a thing like that. I worked on it, and it was really nice to see all the ideas. I know there must be some value in the ideas. I don't believe that they're all right, but I know there must be some value in them. I've got people who can show me where there isn't value. I need someone to show me where there is value. You know what I mean? And so did you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Mom can't do that. She can't even have the most basic understanding to be able to for her approval to mean something. So I don't have, Leo's approval means a lot, and then I also get where I need to clarify things, Yeah. So I am very lonely and desperately looking out to fill these things. I do know that I need these things. So I'm going to run it by Satyen later today, for instance. Leo, I'm waiting for him to get back to me so I can talk to him. And I've got a list of about 100 people I want to contact, figures, authors, whatever. So I'll get the checking, because that is extremely important to me, okay? And I don't have the feeling of knowing, that feeling of being certain about anything, okay? So I need a little encouragement in that department.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say this, though. If I read something and I don't understand it, or I think this is just garbage, I would find it very difficult to say that's cool.
Right, and that's the way that you're programmed. Is that often
your mum will say everything's great.
Wait, hold on. Let's not get distracted. That's the way that you're programmed, which is often that not when you don't understand something or when something seems wrong, you go immediately that way, rather than this picture isn't complete for me. An incomplete picture seems wrong. Rather than pointing out the errors, I'm going to ask questions to try to get a complete picture, trusting the person who is drawing the picture.
Okay, I
that's
get what you're
a
saying.
whole nother
I
avenue.
get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, and I would love that opportunity to be able to sort of prove, quote unquote, it theory to you. But I would need that opportunity in the form of, okay, so far the picture that's drawn seems cool, but there's stuff missing. Can you help me fill this part in? Can you help me fill this part in? And I would love the opportunity to prove it to you.
Okay. I can't promise how I react.
I just want you to, the only thing I want you to promise is you don't have to say it's cool. The only thing I want you to promise is to maybe we can try to figure out another outlet for negative doubts. Maybe they can be emailed to me. Maybe you...
Well, you respond very badly to whatever is, in texting and email.
Okay, then I can promise. Okay, then I can promise. Okay, I'm sorry. I can promise we'll have a subject heading, negative feedback on it theory, and you can put in whatever style you want. But I'm just asking to limit my immediate exposure to it so that it doesn't take.
I'll try and be as encouraging as I can, but I would find if I read some,
I just think you should remind yourself of two things. One, that I've done a lot of the work. These are not just dreams I had. And so there's a bit of trust of, even when something seems absolutely wrong to you, it remains possible that it's something justified by what I've learned.
Okay.
So that's one thing I would want you to remind yourself of. The second thing is that all that critical that you are, I have that in me already. I can definitely miss things, not apply that critical eye to my own thought sometimes, but I've got those things in me. So if we announce those things, if we remind ourselves of those things, back on information and critical thinker, then maybe that can sort of deflate sometimes when something seems terribly wrong.
Okay. We'll see how it works.
What's that?
We'll see how it works. Okay.
So all I ask...
I think it's great that you're doing what you're doing, and that I wish that I would have there was a period when, just after my mum died, the business was ending, and then I went off on a kind of a journey, and I thought what I was discovering was fantastic. It was what I discovered was garbage, but and so therefore I'm looking at it as I guess I don't need to go down a rabbit hole.
I get that,
and that's.
I've had these conversations at Critical Thinking Conference and had my work validated, had my metaphor validated.
Okay.
So I'm not going down a rabbit hole. Like, the evidence is pretty clear, and of course it could seem clear to me and I'd be going down a rabbit hole, but other real life human beings who work on this stuff have been impressed with it.
Right. Now, I would encourage you then to write more. Put a lot of things in writing.
I don't want to change what because I have tons of stuff in writing, whether it's in brainstorming in my journal or not literally writing, but video. I work well with that. So I don't want to change to writing for an audience when I like the live interaction with an idea, even though it's just with myself and an imagined audience. So it's sort of, and so I am documenting the things. I am making it such that the things are evaluable. So a guy from the Critical Thinking Conference, for instance, I prepared a presentation for him on it theory. Now, this was back when it was called voice theory, and there were some other differences. He didn't give me a chance. He was convinced that most fallacies are not mental errors. That biases is just a subset of the errors we see in argumentation, and he wasn't a very good listener. But some other people at the Critical Thinking Conference who gave me a chance to explain it, that went really well. So I had a conference call with this guy where I was like, please just listen to me. Let me go through the presentation. So I am doing that.
Okay.
I am doing that.
Okay.
So yeah, so you know, if we could, maybe I'm gonna think about sort of 4 bullet points that we could keep in mind.
Okay.
1, trusting the values you transmitted to me. 2, trusting my background, not 100%, but enough to leave room for the possibility of value.
Okay.
3, keeping criticism and change quiet for the time being. And 4, anytime you're able to be impressed by or proud of my work and my progress, to express that.
Okay. Yeah, put those down to me then.
Thank you.
Okay.
That feels great. That feels great. I'm gonna go finish my joint.
Extremely fast internet.
Echo 31, Echo 1235. Yeah, when, like you said earlier, the stimulation of new people and new situations is stimulating and inspirational and useful. So I'm taking advantage of that. I don't need to drive around a bunch. I'm very happy where I am here in this general south of city area.
And I tell you what, I'll pay for panniers to go on your bike, so you can go off to the supermarket on your bike with panniers to put shopping.
Well, you know what I need is to be able to put my battery on the bike to be able to go charge it somewhere. Because that's something I have to do every few days.
Has he got a rack at the back? No.
Something maybe. Anyway, and then after that, the next chapter is, I'm at home and maybe, just maybe, I'm steadily sort of climbing with attention, and I don't really want a lot of followers because I kind of want to, but anyway. But then if I get that, then I can, be meeting people in Chicago, the Skeptic conference thing, that group. And I don't have to travel and all of that stuff. I've lived awesome. I've been in Europe almost 10 years, traveling around, quite some adventures. And through those adventures, got a lot of great ideas, observed a lot of things, had a lot of great conversations.
You have a vehicle, you have a home. You can maybe bring Neo.
I have to be able to bring Neo.
Yeah. It's fun to have a dog there.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Well, we can, when that breaks down then, we can do that.
Après, moi, je sais pas si c'est du ne pas tirer, c'est moi Monnickendam.
Allez.
Bon, continue.
The same tendency to avoid risk can be seen in everyday activities.
Ah oui, parce que c'est des exercices, peut-être, du coup, personne va aller vraiment te tuer, quoi. Je sais pas, continue.
Like driving a car. Women, for instance,
Put that stuff on your nails.
seatbelts,
Well, I know, but I have to put those people off.
Okay.
It makes it easier. I'm so naive that I'll start to form a friendship with someone only to find out that it was never going to work out.
Okay. Make sure you're always clean. With clean clothes, not smelly.
I've committed to being comfortable as an outsider. And so, hey Dad, This is gonna upset you, but we're just gonna pretend like we're joking around. What about this? Every morning I wake up, I wanna remember. You're not one of them. You're not trying to be one of them. You're doing your thing. And it may go down in the history books as a crazy guy who went down a rabbit hole. Or it may go down in the history books as a guy who committed to, spreading the message of psychological awareness. In any case, I'm a character, and I'm unique. So what about this? A question mark. Right there.
What do you mean?
A question mark. Right there.
No.
What do you think?
No.
What do you think?
No.
What do you think?
No. I wouldn't be looking at you. No. I'd be looking at, oh God.
What do you think, buddy?
No, I've said no.
Now, the question mark, hold on. Because in case you're wondering, but it's permanent, what if you answer the question? I'll never be able to fully answer the question, but the question mark gets half of a light bulb, so it can always be filled in as a light bulb.
No.
What do you think?
No, I don't like that. Anyway, get hooked up with this female doctor. She'll support you, and then you give all the sex you want, and you can teach her language.
There you go.
English. But don't let her be your doctor, because then she's falling into an ethical situation.
Yeah.
And she asks you, well, why can't I be your doctor? Well, because I want to help you.
Yeah. But I'm recording. I'm sure she has a good sense of humor.
How old is she?
I don't know. She's got to be maybe early 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she was younger than me.
She nice?
You want to see?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't see her photo yesterday, so I thought maybe she blacked me, but now I can see her photo again.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow, huh?
Yeah.
Is she nice?
It's very nice. Extremely nice. Oh, I didn't know there was chewing gum in that thing. Oh, fucking fingers now.
You are very articulate at being able to explain and make a bold case for no free will. Can you do the same thing with atheism? Can you make the scientific case, if you will, that God can't possibly exist?
I am a dyed-in-the-wool or whatever it is, atheist. I have no capacity for spirituality at any point, but I can't prove there's no God,
Right.
As well as I can't prove there's no free will. But at least in the free will realm, we know enough about like neurons and chemicals and physics and so on to be able to say to the people who say free will exists, say, show me how it works, given what we know about brains and chemistry and all of that. Show me God exists. I can't prove there's no God. It just is an emotional
what a disappointment you are
for me.
What a disappointment you are. We thought we would have the finality to that. So you are very articulate at being able
Foxtrot 03 Alpha 2024 Fober 03 Aldi 0750. So could you have like a periodic table of the most elemental its? I don't know where they're ideology. any draft of that. But I wonder whether you could identify, say, 150 elemental its. No, probably not, huh? Maybe, and you can do that. Every it is ultimately some kind of variation or combination of those. Maybe.
I get tweets. If they proved God existed, would you believe then? I go, of course I would.
Yeah, yeah.
And it would be the greatest scientific discovery ever.
Ever, exactly.
Everything else, forget everything else. Don't give the prize anymore. Don't give the, that's the one. That's it, it's done.
Yeah, it's done.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I always say,
exactly, yeah.
I always say, people say, what would it take? I said, tonight the stars realigned and said, I'm here. It didn't have to be in English. It could be in Aramaic, you know, whatever.
Ironically, atheists would all believe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But all the other religions wouldn't because it'd be the wrong God.
Yeah, exactly. Wrong God, exactly. No, that's it.
So one exception again being the social category.
Ok, j'ai compris.
At first, said Weber, this finding may seem counterintuitive.
The onus is on people saying there's free will, and this is what would falsify all of this. Show me a neuron or a network of neurons or a brain that just did something, and show me that it did that completely free of its history.
Well, in quantum physics, that happens all the time. I mean, you have particles popping in and out of existence. There's no known cause for it. It just is.
This is where I get conniptions. When quantum physics is wonderfully relevant to quantum physics, it's got squat to do with free will issues. This physicist at MIT, Max Tegmark, he's carrying 23 orders of magnitude that an indeterminist subatomic effect would have to scale up to influence the behavior of a molecule. It doesn't scale. Okay. It gets
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Very, very important. I did not know that. That should shut everyone up who's trying to explain consciousness with quantum physics.
Exactly. Because if they find a way where somehow magically it bubbles up, what you've just explained is a mechanism for randomness, for random behavior. You get somebody's funeral, and what do? Is they trot out their oldest friend who gets to say, wow, even when we were in kindergarten, they were already like this. You're not going to get consistency like that. You're not going to get like a stable moral compass or something out of quantum randomness.
Pas que je tourne à gauche. Et c'est combien de minutes?
13.
Ok. Ok. I don't know, bro. Foxtrot 05, Charlie, 11:49. See how I feel when I get in there. I know that I would be okay with a face tattoo. And it's just a little light bulb right there, basically.
They often perceive themselves. When it comes to making mistakes, for instance, women
I know that I'll lose out on things as well.
than men are. For example, studies have shown that men tend to forget their mistakes more
There are a few moments, the beginning moments where I first meet
then women do,
someone,
right? Okay.
and mistake
and they don't know that I'm
mistakes appear to God
a little different.
in ways
And I'll lose those moments. In fact, that will be replaced by sometimes people thinking I'm in a gang, or just a negative association, and so to just look ugly. And it's permanent. It's not like when I shaved off my eyebrows. It's not like this unibrow, because I can remove this. Then again, I'm pretty sure I can just put some makeup there. And even if I don't get the color right, it just look like a little stain maybe. Yeah, I think I gotta do it. Worst case scenario, pull makeup or a band-aid on when I really want to try to hide who I am for a few moments so that they can, I don't know. I mean, either way, there are some pretty big associations coming out, you know, as soon as someone meets me. Let's see. Do it on this side. It's gonna be on the other side, but I don't know, that's all I can really do right now. If it's something like that, well, first of all, that looks fantastic. That looks fantastic. It doesn't take away from my eyes. Got super strong eyebrows. So it has to be lighter than my eyes. And it will be. It will fade anyway. Now, are you okay that that's what you see every time that you look at yourself? Yeah, I mean, I'll get used to it. I mean, I see this every time I look at myself. I see this,
Let me see this. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. And anybody, and there are wonderful people that I've met that I would have missed out on had I had a face tattoo. Not because they hate people with face tattoos, but just because that would have knocked down a domino stream triggered in it. That unfortunately would have made it such that their affinity for me didn't get triggered. But everything's okay. That's the number one thing that matters, first of all. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. And then the second thing that matters is trying to understand. And then the third thing is the people around you. Maybe that's the second thing. Everything's okay, and then also the people around you. Well, everything's okay. Try to figure some shit out. I mean, if that's your thing. For me, that's number 2. Try to figure some shit out. As a motto. And then three is, if other people are distracting you from figuring some shit out, then go elsewhere. And you can say that that's what it's about. I can go elsewhere, as I've done. But if you're distracted by all these questions and all this energy I have for questions, and if you think I'm arrogant and blah blah, okay, go somewhere else. Don't look. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to. I googled why not to get them, and it was all just like, oh, you're gonna get judged, bro. Yeah. Beyond that, it's a statement of individuality, and who, you know what? Who cares what people today say? If I contribute anything, if there's any reason to talk about me in the future, I want that image. I want the description of me. I want that to include the fact that he had a face tattoo in 2024. It wasn't super like, but still definitely like. And what about your mother crying? If she hasn't already mourned, whatever vision she had. I don't think she even has a particular vision. It's just, she just wants me to be happy and healthy and have the best chances. And a happy and love-filled life. Well, then if that's the case, then yeah. Let's get the tattoo. Yeah, let's commit to that. We've been excited about it, thinking about it the past couple years. We like our face. We don't want to change it up too much. I don't really want to change it at all, but I need a symbol of. What do we think about this? I mean, and honestly, it won't even. Yeah, I mean, obviously it takes getting used to. Yeah. That's just the way Eris was. He wasn't even really a face tat guy, but he slowly realized how different he was and how compelled he had been by societal truths. And he broke free of that. He wore a symbol on his face because it was that fucking important. Questions, thinking, and distancing from those kinds of norms. I think he's got to do it. Yeah. Here's the thing. The human brain works really well by categorizing. By using one thing to know another thing. Through associations, right? So category of good people and bad people, for instance. Obviously, we mostly only see people with face tattoos associated by, or not too far away from, some kind of crime or derelict behavior. Anyway, just outside of society. You're not going to see a banker with a face tattoo, right? Okay. So yes, I'll be put in categories that I'm not comfortable with. Here's the thing about that, though. I haven't, since I was a kid, been put in the category of great thinker. There's nothing I can do about the color of my skin, the fact that I don't really do laundry. There's nothing I want to do about that. I'm okay with that. There's lots of things I want to spend my time working on. Doing more laundry, having normal hair, it is not on the list. And I think that's what, I think ultimately, the only hang up I have well, one, there's just the basic anxiety of feeling like you're putting something, some kind of an alarm light on your, it's just something, I don't mean in like a red flag thing. You may think that, but I don't mean that, because anybody who thinks it's a red flag, really, I'm okay not engaging. But just the idea of putting on something super salient, and there's this idea of looking at it, of attracting attention, and that of course causes anxiety. And then the other piece of the anxiety, I would guess, is my mother, who's paying for it. How she would, her face. And that hurts a lot. It does, and it's why I haven't done it sooner. But the good news is that it's part of my committing to being an outsider, because it was, I guess, maybe scary for me, the idea of just being right on the outside, but like looking in. So that is kind of lonely. But if I take sort of pride in it, normalize it for myself, then maybe I'll stop looking in. I mean, I think I kind of already have, but just kind of keep glancing in at what the majority does. And she'll get used to it, and she'll... We haven't really spoken much lately because the last thing I said to her was that I was gonna get a face tattoo. And she called me a few times and I haven't answered. Just can't talk to her knowing that, feeling like I don't have that choice. And it's something we've encountered previously in our relationship where I needed to do something. And she expressed concern, and because I took those concerns seriously and didn't have motivation to... So like one major thing, so I didn't do it. Next major thing, we just didn't talk for a few months while I prepared to do it. That was moving out in the woods. The first thing was like going to reporting the police officers who, anyway, I want to report them. I want to make noise about it. Anyway, so I came to Europe and moved outside. And gosh, I love my mom. I depend on my mom. And it was hard, but I still moved out into the woods. It's got to just matter a lot less. Well, obviously it'd be a lot easier to say if I were feeding myself. But here's the thing. Are we saying that because I'm financially dependent on her, that I'm not allowed to do anything that will cause her pain, even if that thing that causes her pain only causes her pain because of her own sort of expectations and stuff. And there's no actual harm being done. I don't know. And I know that I'm still obviously very, very privileged, very fortunate. I mean, some, kids have to, I'm pretty much able to be myself. I'm out here. I mean, the biggest thing in the world is that in 2024, two parents who were not rich said, "Hey, son, you can pursue your dreams. We're gonna support you." That's huge. That's huge. And I regret that I may sometimes underestimate that and how appreciative I am. That said, we're just talking about a bit of ink by my eye. It has enormous meaning for me. I get that it has enormous meaning for her. But that's the thing, we weren't able to talk about it where she could give me the reasons. And over the course of my videos, I've given lots of reasons why I want to do this. And I haven't, and it's just been no. And, I had to be true to myself. My whole thing is, I'm not satisfied with those kinds of answers. And it shouldn't at all be about my mother. If I'm 30, if they decide to feed me, they decide to keep me alive, and I mean, not just keep me alive, right? I am still driving around, have a vehicle, a home, but still some kind of fundamental things that don't seem so fundamental in my culture, but I think that they are kind of fundamental. I could live off of a UBI, $1,000 a month. I would be very, very perfectly fine. And I think this stuff matters enough to work on that. Anyway, it shouldn't be about her. It shouldn't be about her. It isn't about her. And part of her would agree with that. She would say, it isn't about me. It's just, it's permanent. Yeah, I would have liked for us to have been able to discuss it. Just like I would have liked for us to have been able to discuss the woods before I moved out there. But it worked out wonderfully. And this will too. And every moment that I believe in myself, and I think about what matters, and I think about blah, blah, I come back to doing this. The only thing keeping me away from it is concern about my mother feeling hurt even though I didn't harm her. And I'll make it up to her. If I harmed her with €100. I'll make it up to her by fucking staying alive and by continuing to believe in myself and love myself and stay on track. Yeah.
Now here's the question. So it's permanent. We're talking decades. How long have I been doing this? Talking about being an outsider. I've been living in this vehicle 2 years. Who's to say it ain't all gonna change? And now what's the question? Whether what would change? My being an outsider? Yeah, that might change. Might be a celebrated in-group member. Oh. That might change. But one, right now, let me tell you, it's really important. I remember that that's not important. So I'm going to put a little reminder there. Now, how long have I been outside? So 2 years in this vehicle. 4 years outside. Not living in a place. A fixed address. 4 years. 8 years that I've been doing the channel, and in my introduction video I was like, oh, I want to find some people who can like understand me, because the rest of the people around me, they don't understand me. Alright, that's been 8 years. How long since I have perceived thinking and other people's opinions and argumentation and my own? How long have I felt like I've been seeing those fundamentally differently from they see them? As in, how long has it been a regular occurrence that I'm in a conversation or interaction and I just feel like I'm watching a whole nother species interact, and I'm just, what the fuck is going on? That's like a 80% of my interactions. Or I mean, I'm not always surprised, but it is hard. It is like, right, we're not the same. How long has that been the case? Okay, that sounded bad. I mean, I'm just saying, how long? Well, that'd be about, probably be about 20, 25 years. Like when I did this essay on maturity at 14, talking about, seems like some people are just, like, there's no depth, in the sense that they may have stuff going on, but there isn't sort of a reaction to themselves, it doesn't seem. And they're able to say crazy shit and call you crazy for calling it crazy. And then I have no idea. Okay, then maybe it's crazy. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that it was crazy. I didn't think it was consistent. It just seemed crazy to me, but okay, I'm crazy. Okay. Help me understand. Until I realized, oh, they're not doing that. So when Eris says something with confidence, that means one thing. When they say something with confidence, not everybody in the fucking world, but enough for me to feel like it's everybody. Because when I see something with confidence, if you catch me doing that, which I admit I've done, you can get me to say pretty quickly, oh, I don't really know. If it's like something super basic,
And it's like, all right, you got to bring something new to the table. I fucking had this conversation before, and so far, I have not seen that as true. Sometimes my confidence will come from. Anyway, what are we talking about? Can't believe that. Anyway, yeah. How long have I just felt like a total alien? Where there were no illusions being maintained, or they started really just falling apart. Illusions of us being the same species. I mean, we are, obviously, but you know, and I obviously, with either very smart people or neurodivergent people, feel, you know, more similar. Anyway, and there are lots and lots of people. I'm not constantly walking around, oh my god, what? But we're not going to get into examples now. But yeah, and then it's like 2013, it's like, oh, holy shit. We are speaking a fundamentally different language. We have fundamentally different eyes, different ears. I say this thinking this, and you hear that thinking that. Oh my gosh. You just can't interpret. Like, none of my operating mechanisms, like, make sense to you. Wow. Wow. Yeah, bro. And you know what? And it's gonna be a fucking reminder. They see something. You see something. You are something. And all three of those may be different, and I don't know. It's just, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Foxtrot 05 Charlie 1255. I mean, this feels like the first day of the rest of my life, bro. Yeah, bro, I'm feeling good about this. Incredible amount of anxiety. But also feeling good about it. And gosh, how about that? Last, what was it? Del D. Yeah, it was last Del D. And I still feel this way. I gotta keep reminding myself. But I feel like I don't need to talk about leaving anymore. I feel like I don't need peace from that anymore. I can find peace in my work, maybe. My visions of the future, maybe. Yeah, I'm adjusting my expectations. I'm not looking to be able to be seen by, connect with everyone. So that will always be in me. Especially to be seen by, understood by the in-group. Any group that has a positive association. I just gotta be unapologetically me, bro. And even if the light bulb doesn't represent me somehow in the future, it will always represent that through asking questions, I came to understand things. And by coming up with answers to those questions, and questions, it all just lit the way. Questions lit the sides. The energy, the middle, the focus. Gave me focus. The exclamation point. Yeah. Yeah, and whenever I remove my mother from the equation, yeah, it's good. And even if that meant not having her financial support, I would still like her love, though. Hopefully I would still have that. But I love my mom. I believe in my mom. I believe in myself. I believe in my mom. I believe that it will be okay. I believe that just like she came around the woods, and the fact that as permanent as that tattoo will be, I'm out. I'm out. And I'm going to find happiness outside and in my work. Of course, I'm still going to be looking inside to study it, 'cause that's kind of what my whole legacy is supposed to be. It's what I want it to be. I am animated by the idea that I could have contributed to, you know, the potential future where Eris has contributed to people thinking a little better, to being better human brains. Yeah. ...2024 Fober 05 Shadi 1435. Fact of the matter is, I want some tattoos. Not a lot on my face, but I do want several on my body. Different ideas and principles and things. And that's always spoken to me. So it's as simple as that. I'm committing to life because I can live it on my terms. Alright, are you guys ready? Also, I came up with so this is my tattoo sheet. All the stuff I wanted to get done today when I thought it was going to be a total of 60 euros. And then he or she sent me the prices back and it was like 60 for this one. That was the most expensive. But that's okay. Because although I wasn't as invested in this one as the other ones, it's kind of the point. It's kind of the reason that it's valuable
because this was about a relationship, a friend, not just my ideas in my head, even though I've gotten these ideas from other people. This is about community. So so I didn't explain. So you remember she had to write in a journal, and I had to eat an orange, and then we called it Jurange. It works even better in French because it's the same sound, orange and journal. So that's our symbol for Jurange. It doesn't really have the writing aspect, but that's okay. It's got a big J for journal, and so yeah, so that's there you go. And so she's got the same one, except with color, because, you know, she can do that. Well, the tattoo artist said he could give me orange, and does she even have green? I don't think she has green. She said he could give me orange. I just thought that would look weird. So anyway, each one besides that was like 30, so I had to choose 2, because I wasn't going to spend over 100. And so I thought about doing the it symbol, which, is that reversed for you right now? Is this your right over here? Oh, then you would read it from this way, so then it's correct. But no, this might be your left, in which case it is backwards. Because the video, it's not going to flip the video. So this, so it's going to be like it looks to me now? Right, so it's backwards, okay. Oh, but here you go. There you go. That's the it symbol. Right, IT. Okay, kind of good. So I'm thinking about doing that maybe here. I saw a woman in the pharmacy with this. I don't know whether he was smiling. She had it behind her right ear here. That was the coolest thing in the world. That was a few years ago, or a couple years ago. Anyway, all right, you ready? There you go. Pretty exciting. I am now a face-tatted person. And it's great because I think it's pretty discreet. I think it's like just a very subtle decoration. Like not even if you had a piercing, right? It really doesn't scream at you. It's definitely a light bulb. You look at it, that's a light bulb. And you look closer and you see what the light bulb is composed of. 2 question marks and an exclamation point in the middle. Here are all my little explanations. And I'm sure there are some I forgot from the video. There you go. There you go. It's really in a great place because really fantastic. And just in case, if I don't want to mess with it, check this out just in case. Check this out. This is called a concealer. It's a dark circles concealer. So I went to a little makeup shop. I had to figure out the right thing. 12 bucks. There you go. I'm not gonna put it on now just because I don't know, I don't want to mess with it. But does this it comes with an applicator, an applier, or whatever. Okay, I was just gonna do it with my finger. So let's see how that looks. Well, I am gonna do it with my finger. See, look at that. See, look at that. You can't even tell. You think I put it all the way up here, did I? No. Can't even tell. Same color as my fucking circles around my eyes. And in the store, it covered it up. Couldn't even tell. It felt like the whole tattoo appointment had been a dream. Makeup's incredible, bro. So there you go. For when Mama calls, when I see her, and then at some point, when I come out of a shower, or, I don't know how often I'm actually gonna put it on, but at some point, what's that? No, it's okay. I just think I just need a second. Tyra will say, Mom, let it out. Say what you're feeling, Mom. Say what you're feeling. Eris can handle it. Say it. Let it out, Mom. Come on, now. We're together, the three of us. We never see your emotions, really. Just your happiness and your excitement. You never see that. You must be upset sometimes. No. Just processing. I wouldn't have done it. But we can talk about it. But right now, I just need to process a little bit. Just get used to it a little bit. And are you putting ointment on it or whatever you have to do? And when did you get that? That tattoo on that beautiful face that I made? 2 months ago, your dad would have been here. He would have seen it. Right after he left? Uh-huh. And you didn't want to wait until right after I left? Mom, don't say that. It looks good. Tell Eris it looks good. No, it's okay. But what do you think, Mom? How does it look? All that herd? It's not that bad, right? It's a tattoo on your face. A permanent tattoo on your face. Right. But so it's probably jumping out at you now, huh? Yeah, you could say that again. Alright, well, if I say, well, you still love me, right? Or stop it. Stop it. And it'd almost be like I'm taking away her opportunity to be mad if I say that. So, to try not to have that instinct. I mean, it's great. It's great. It's great. And I can hide it easily, bro. It's just these little lines here. Can you easily hide it. Look, the light bulb's on. Whoa, cooking. And if you ever have such a good answer, the exclamation point is just like super powerful, and it blows up the light bulb, blows up the questions here. Okay. So now, if you want to continue to understand some shit, you need some new questions. You need some new questions. Questions are places to put answers, bro. Questions are the very ground on which answers can exist, right? They're the context for an answer. If I say 5, if I say 5 millimeters, if I say 5 millimeters faster, if I say that light, the speed of light is, okay, no, you're right. If I do a full sentence, you no longer need a question. You're right. But still, theoretically, to get to identify the speed of light, 2 point whatever, 9999899 and whatever, to get to that, at least theoretically, You don't actually have to actually psychologically think the question, but theoretically, there has to be, what is the speed of light? I don't know. Maybe that's nonsense. But if I were letting myself age it right now, so now I'm gonna let myself age it though. Think about Jeopardy, right? The fact that Jeopardy exists proves my point that answers only make sense when in questions. But I'm not gonna age it actually, because it just sounds so stupid coming out. The age it was obviously using one example to act like it, you know, the fact that an example exists that's sort of related to that means that that thing is right. It's obviously wrong. Anyway, alright, I'll let you go, I'll let you process. I think it's fantastic. People already asked me if I got like oh, and not to mention, did I fucking tell you? Oh, in the dash cam footage, hopefully I didn't. The doctor. Now, I'm gonna tell my mom about the face tat after the doctor falls in love with me. Or turns me away, in which case I'm gonna wait to tell my mom until I find someone to fall in love with me. Otherwise she'll be like, oh my god. What do you think the doctor will think? When she met me, my pants were dirty. Nail polish wasn't done. I was wearing a shirt, which probably counted against me, huh?
Putain, ça va pas être facile de dépasser ce camion, hein.
Thanks for hanging out.
C'est tout droit.
But honestly, I mean, I did keep thinking about that, which is absurd. I just met her in our appointment. We haven't even texted really, except to set this thing up today. And I tried to joke around with her. Coffee? Yes, I'd love to. It's okay if you are. Because who am I kidding? It's been like 4 days that I've been feeling like I've been finding ways to remind myself of how I can always have a place here and make a place for myself. And where I can find peace and pleasure. And the Matrix movie helped a lot with the loneliness question. Just have to keep imagining. I can imagine a fictional audience, so I can imagine fictional friends. Who are not, of course, outside the Matrix, but at least know that they are in a Matrix. Constructed by them and out of their control. Talking about belief systems and all that. Okay. And interpretive mechanisms. So there you go. Can't even fucking see it. It's not even very dramatic, is it? It's kind of, I mean, it's perfect because it's like hella dramatic because it's a face tattoo. But it's like not that big of a deal, bro. I think I look so handsome, except for these bumps here. What? How lucky I got with this sweet ass packaging. I'm pretty much. Alright, I'm gonna shut up. This is me, bro. unapologetically. When they didn't want to make me one of the team leaders in high school of the group called Synergy, which facilitated discussions among underclassmen, and our job was to get people to think or get them to think about certain questions and to practice thinking. And they didn't want to make me the leader with Kelsey. Kelsey's boyfriend was the one in charge. I'm certain Kelsey, she didn't want to work with me. Oh, that ADHD boy? Hell no. So she told her boyfriend, and her boyfriend told his partner, the co-leader, the then co-leader. And then this little square Indian boy, I'm sorry, the little square, wasn't he like Christian? Tony was the other co-leader. We would talk about the religious folk. We were on the same page. And yeah, Cotton was smart. But thinking outside the box, I don't know. Critical thinking, I don't know. But I guess, you know what I never thought of? And it just occurred to me. And I say this as a possibility. We don't want to malint, but we are going to attribute sort of an intention that we wouldn't approve of and that she wouldn't approve of. But it's also natural and okay. I think she had a certain vision for Synergy. And she knew that I would also have ideas. And she knew that I was a strong personality. And she knew that if it was Cotton, then he could be a good voice of reason to bounce things off of, but he wasn't about to get passionate about some idea that was different from hers. And it's not like because she's bad or because she wants that. In fact, if you point it out and she were able to see that, she might go, oh shit, okay. Yeah. But then again, there is some value in that. I don't think she realized what a team player I was. Or maybe I don't realize what a team player I'm not. And maybe, just like I don't intend to, I, like her, have an idea, share it, I'm excited about it, maybe. And just before you know it, my will has been executed and the other is ignored. Despite my trying or caring about noticing that, my mechanisms maybe just don't. And certainly in my case, there's a lot of social cues and stuff, and little turns of phrase that I was supposed to recognize back in high school. I would not have recognized today. I'm a little bit better at, but still. Turns of phrase to indicate stop talking, don't interrupt me, I don't like that idea, I want you to reconsider my idea. Since nobody can say those things, those are easy. Yes. But they would say, I don't know, something about my idea is still, no, I think you're right. I think your idea, that is really good. I'm kind of thinking it's better, but it's just something about my idea is and then I'm like, okay, yeah, let's explore that. What might that be? But then when I explore it, I respond to one of the things I think of. I think, well, maybe what's valuable about that idea, or what's better about that idea is blank. Oh, but then blank. So then the person's like, all right, well, fuck it. I tried to explain. Not Kelsey though, bro. But maybe it was hard for Kelsey to be as frank as she was. Not super hard. She had what I call sibling ADHD. There's an actual term for it apparently, but I've forgotten. I've always called it sibling ADHD. We have a lot of ADHD traits, but you're functioning. You're fully functioning. You don't need meds. You can't study like the other people, but you fucking get it done. Consistently without need for support. And you're fun. You're fun, but you're also kind of serious. But I guess everybody is. So I guess I would have had to specify what I mean by that. But we're not going to do that. So, so anyway, when she... Wait, why was she explaining to me? Oh, yeah. All right. She's the one who explained to me. So I sit down with the two then co-leaders and Kelsey. And Kelsey goes, so we made the decision. It's not quite true. I'm sure that Tony and Shu also, they were probably introduced to it at first. But the memory that I have is of Kelsey giving me the explanation, which is, or maybe Tony said that and I got the impression that Kelsey had given him those words because of how she jumped onto that when he said it. Anyway, somebody said to me, you're like an ideas factory. And we want to take advantage of that. We want to use that. And so we want you in sort of a tertiary position. We've got the two co-leaders who are sort of making the decisions, doing the logistics and stuff. And then they're talking with you and you're producing the ideas. And then Kelsey jumps onto that. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, I just remember, I mean, Tony was no fool, but my impression at the time, even though I'm not much of a Melanter, was that she was the one who made the decision. I thought it was because she thought I couldn't do the job. Now I'm realizing it could also be because we would have then two strong personalities with strong visions. And yeah, honestly, yeah, I would have expected that anytime we have two different visions, that we'd be able to resolve it. I didn't really understand psychology back then, so it was very naive. All the humans were telling me that they're reasonable and so on. And Kelsey was one of the smartest people I know. But, you know, we're still 16 years old. The adults don't know how to, like, have an actual dialogue, a constructive dialogue, exchange evidence and all that, and resolve things, like, logically. So we've never been taught that. The human brain has probably very little predisposition for it. So yeah, I guess we would have found ourselves locked. I'd like to think that I would have been super agreeable. But I think I'm just projecting how I see myself now. Then I wanted to be agreeable. I also hadn't done mushrooms, didn't realize that, like, everything's okay, and that things can be a little bit wrong, and we can try things, and learning takes time. So even if I am right and she's not getting it, that's okay. Stop. You're gonna keep looking out for opportunities, and sometimes you can take those. Yeah. No, I wouldn't it was the right decision, actually. Because that probably would have driven me crazy. So I would have had very high expectations that we see things basically the same way. And she, I do think, misinterpreted me in the sense that because of my energy, she would have thought that I was, like, more something than I was. And thought that she would think that she had to teach me, like, alternative possibilities. And that I was against those or something. I don't know. No memories coming to mind of her doing that. She seemed to always see me, I guess. Anyway. So there you go. I'm the idea man. And it's what makes me happy. And if the ideas are all shit, so be it. Couldn't possibly know anyway. I could try my absolute hardest to be constantly comparing every idea I have to different research and expert interpretations. I do a pretty good job of that. That would be good for avoiding announcing shit ideas, to do even more of that. But it would also be bad for announcing more good ideas, because, yeah, it's going to happen. I'm going to have an idea, and there are going to be people who disagree with it, or it hasn't been researched, or whatever. But anyway, I think I do a good job, and couldn't possibly know if I'm doing a bad job. You tell me and prove it to me, please, if I'm doing a bad job. But yeah, I think I'm doing a pretty good job of thinking and stuff, and that's my life. There you go. But we don't have to say all of that to Fernanda tomorrow. We can say, like, she's gonna say, what's that? I'm gonna say, oh, the Band-Aid? I hurt myself. Okay. I'm like, oh shit. I don't want your first impression of me to be with a Band-Aid. Listen, there's a tattoo under it. Now, don't think about it anymore. Let's just get to know each other. And then your mind's gonna be fixated on that. What the fuck is under there? Alright, let's try this. Hey, baby girl. All that. Alright, we need like a 3-word explanation. What do we have on here? Okay. Boom. This is not even quite what I wrote here, lights on in my mind. Like some symbolism of how sometimes with depression or I guess loneliness too, with somebody with, you know, ADHD or maybe on the spectrum and, you know. Anyway, me would be likely enough to experience. Anyway, and also it's just, look, I literally take a medicine for narcolepsy. I don't have narcolepsy, but it's my treatment for ADHD. Well, not mine, my doctor's. And so anyway, because sometimes it feels like the lights aren't really on. It feels like now they're really quite dim. I'm just waiting for the sun to go down so that I can go to bed. Thanks for keeping me company. Now, here's another thing with lights being on. See, sometimes, as is typical of people like me, I will be in darkness. On my computer or just doing something. And all the time, I walk into places, it does not occur to me to turn the light on. I mean, sometimes if I know that there's like a thing happening there. But if I'm going into a dark stairwell, I'm not thinking about the light. This was even before I wore my headlamp. I'll go into a room and I'll do as much as I can without turning the light on. And then, you know, as we know, some neurotypical come in. Boom. Hey, you're in the dark. How can you see anything? Ah, fuck. I was perfectly fine. So what we can think about this as is a reminder every time I look at myself. And this is a reminder that there are lights in there. They just may be off right now, but there are lights in there. There are light bulbs in there. Remind me that sometimes the lights are on, and then also remind me to turn them on if I can. So if that means being open to social opportunities, you know, not rejecting social opportunities. If that means fucking smoking hash and drinking coffee and I just gotta do what I can to keep the lights on, bro. That's all. You know, and working, getting into a project. Oh, the lights come on. Wow. So that's not bad. Maybe not for a first date, but remind me not to turn the light on. Or remind me to turn the light on when it gets too dark in here. One time I said to a girl that I was sort of flirting with, it ended up being in a 1.5-year relationship with her sister, but I think maybe we were kind of flirting. And she said, hey, I'm going to be coming in early today. I said, oh, good, because I've been here for a few hours. My mind's going all alone and my mind's going to dark places. And she thought that was serious. I didn't find that out until months later when her sister told me. Just got the word rebel here. And it's a face tat, but probably won't say that on the first date. I'm hoping this is a date. And it's okay if it isn't. The question is sort of lighting the sides. An exclamation point is giving focus and lighting the path ahead. Okay, we're on to something. While the questions are illuminating the periphery so that we can still notice if in fact we are not onto something, and the gold is that way. Questions are exciting. And of course, that's why there's an exclamation point in there. Questions are fucking exciting. That's not bad. Questions are exciting. So I have questions about my perspective. Questions about my vision. You know, to remind me that these eyes are fallible. To remind me that these eyes are fallible. That's a better way to... I can put a shirt on. I shaved. Oh my god, that's so exciting. When's the last time we had a date? Or we haven't had sex since... You know what? I keep thinking that I was in Ibiza like a year ago. Okay, so this year. We haven't gone on a date. Well, since before my ex. So, about 15 years ago. I'm just joking. About, what are we talking? Who the hell did we go on a date with before my ex? No, we met them at the volunteer thing. Yeah, okay, one of them went on a date, but there's already something expressed. So when's the last time I went on a date with someone where the only thing they had expressed was, yo, definitely. See, here, you know, and here, there's a little bit of interest, right? Because I was like, yo, I gotta go back because one of you doctor ladies fucked up my prescription. So I'm gonna be back at your center this week. Why don't you tell me when you're working, and then maybe we can get a coffee before you start. I said, so I'm gonna go. She said, okay, great, yeah, definitely. When are you going to the center? She said, I'd love to. When are you going to the center? I said, Friday. She said, when are you coming back? I said, well, I'm going to the center on Friday, and I'll be back in the area tomorrow, which is today. No, which is tomorrow. Which is tomorrow, right? This was today. And she said, hey, I'm not working tomorrow. So we can do a little more than coffee, if you catch my drift. That's what I heard anyway. Yeah, bro, I don't regret it. Sometimes I look at it and I feel a dissonance between sort of what I imagine, what I'm seeing. But I really like it. When I saw the printout thing, I like that it's simple and sort of classic. 'Cause I already have a face tattoo. It doesn't need to be a demon, you know, screamo band on my face. Or, you know, whatever. It's a fucking light bulb. Pretty good lines. Dots are a little far away, but that's all right. Can't see. Oh, that's pretty cool, bro. That's pretty good, bro. All right, so what did we? Oh, what were we gonna write down? Fallibility of perception, which is what we are. You know, we've heard about before, of course, but we've been focused on fallibility of interpretation. We still think that's what the juiciest thing is. But gosh, as you know, we've been reading Donald Hoffman, How Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes. The Case Against Reality, How Evolution Hid the Truth from Our Eyes. And damn, he's calling in a question. And in his whole acknowledgement thing, and I've been thinking a lot about how this is red pilling to realize that you are a flawed system. Anyway, I've talked about this in other videos, but and that was his title page thing, acknowledgement page thing. It like had, I don't know, 2 people's names, and then I offer you the red pill. Fuck. I thought it was already a red pill to call into question interpretations immensely. But perception? This nigga's like, we don't see reality as it is. And I was like, yeah, we don't see it exactly like as it is. We're missing a ton of information, right? And I thought I was with him. I think I'm realizing now I didn't really get it. And of course I still don't get it. But he's straight up like, that red apple doesn't exist when you're not looking at it. None of the language we have for our perceptions can describe reality. Or, I mean, we don't know. He says, you know, I don't know. I haven't seen reality except through these. All right. So that's good. Fallibility of perception. Remind me to turn the lights on. Like, not in physical space. Let me stay in darkness. But, you know, if I've been in there, you know, 3 days, it's gonna exaggerate, but, you know, 3 days, if I've been in there 3 days, then, I mean, I got a lot of good stuff done. When I've shut the blinds, duct taped them, didn't leave my apartment, Amazon brought me groceries, and I just ate and worked. I got very big, and I was very productive. But, you know, it's still okay, you know, since you want to be my wife anyway. It's, you know, and then it's a reminder to me every once in a while. I don't even look in the mirror that often. I do, however, look in a video. But video, recording myself talking, no, that's not it. But thinking and just feeling like I'm in a dialogue and just thinking and building on these ideas more than I do when I'm silent. The lights are already on. But you know, when I go into the bathroom or something, I'm on a do nothing Netflix bender, and I look in the mirror. All right, today, that's right, there are lights in here. All right, tomorrow we're gonna turn them on. That's the plan. Visualizing, planning ahead, committing to it, and then tomorrow we take the medicine, we turn them on. Questions are the incubation of answers. That's not like a cool thing. Questions are exciting. That's not bad. I honestly think that's not bad for a response. Now we've got one that isn't good, but I really like it. The question is by my eye, because I don't know what eye is. Especially since the concept's been turned upside down. Get it? So you can see that exclamation point is an eye. It's been turned upside down. So question, what does it all mean? Because back when it was straightforward, it was like, oh yeah, I'm some entity that has some relationship with my brain here on Earth. Probably when the brain dies, I die. But, you know, I'm one thing. But you're saying I'm a bunch of neurons? You're saying you can clip my corpus callosum and one of me be conservative and one of me be liberal? Whoa. That's turned the shit on its head and begs, calls for a lot of questions. So that's cute, but not cute. Okay, how about this one? This isn't bad. You know how if you go like that, you know how it'll stick, right? You'll be stuck like that forever. I don't make a lot of faces. I'm not super expressive, they say. But I did do a lot of sitting on the school bus, looking out the window and thinking. And then I noticed this when I was about 14. Sort of noticed it when I was 8, but always thought it was just like some kind of pigment thing. And then by 14, it was pretty clear, and the wondering had stuck. You know what I mean? All right, what else we got? Let me add that. Silly face sticks. My pondering did. Okay. Oh, actually, that's not a tattoo. That appears anytime I have an idea. And you inspire me, so you're unlikely to not see that. Not notification, but that, you know. So the idea sign won't be turning off on this flight, baby. Plush, isn't it? The carpet? The magic carpet? Yeah, we'll continue workshopping that. What was that? Because I don't think I wrote it down. I don't think it's what I have. Oh yeah. That's a... What do you say? You know, that just comes on whenever I have an idea. That just shows up whenever I have a question or idea. And then we'll put this on our wall. Based on today, you're not likely to not see it. Because I'm curious about you, and you inspire me, baby. That's good. So my dad pointed out, it's a perfect situation for me. Nice professional woman, working. I'll take care of the kids. She wants to travel. We can hang out in Europe for a bit, then we can go back to the Americas. You know, she wants to live in the US. Come on, baby. And, you know, I want to go hang out in Mexico, which can't imagine having an issue with that anyway, but oh man, she's gonna divorce me as soon as she